Moving to just chatting.
Can you hear me now? Yes? Now? Hello. Thank you. That was really weird. Thank you both for the raid. Yeah, alright, we did it. We've done it. Why did the shoutout command not work? Is what I want to know. Why did that not work? Cooldown. Cooldown. No, but the literal I have like a chat command. Hold up. Is this not working? Oh my gosh. Okay, we'll figure this out in a second. Hello. What were you guys doing? Yeah, I'm a little disoriented trying to figure out why my no, don't play the next song. You're making a love letter. Yeah, I was there for a little bit of that. Trying to figure out why is it that my microphone was not my default. I mean, it says it's my default device, but it just decided not to be my default device. That's okay. And reading with all your heart. Wow. Yeah, I was able to check out a little bit of that. What was Miss Cyan Aura VT? Thank you for the raid as well. What were you guys up to? Voices of the Void, right? I watched a little bit of that too. That was relaxing at the end of the day. Just quietly lurking. Pacific Heart. What is Pacific Heart? Or is it Pacific Drive? What is Pacific Heart? I don't think that's a thing. Is it Pacific Drive? Anyway, hello to everyone. Hello. I really want to find out why is it that the chat command isn't working? Because I rely on that a lot, actually. Dashboard. Or is Stream Elements not in here? It should be in here. It should be in here, which leads me to question why can I not see? Okay. This is gonna get a little funky. So I'm testing out. Let me just explain where my brain is at, and then I will explain everything else, and I will say hello raiders, hello, I'm NobodyGlitched. I'm an entity that glitched back in after, I don't know, getting bamboozled and exploding or something. Like, whatever, I cease to exist and then I'm back, you know? Like, bitches couldn't stop me, you know what I'm saying. Pacific Drive, alright, and Voices of the Void. It's not Vault of the Void, I say that wrong every time. Anyway, you know, we meme here, we do creative stuff, we figure stuff out, we play games, we do challenging things, we kind of vibe. We're vibers here, big vibers. And single. I'm kidding. Not kidding about being single, but I'm kidding about the eyebrow thing. We are testing out today multi-chat, the multi-chat experience of having multiple chats joined together. And so today is just going to be me working on the CSS for that and talking about that and just getting that working together because I want that for me. that's where I'm at. So yeah, that's the plan, but first I have to figure out why it is that my Stream Elements chatbot command didn't work. Come on now. shout out. Alias is shout out. So why not working? Why you not working? Huh? Is users in chat. Stream Elements is there. Hmm. 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 I guess that's more reason to abandon Stream Elements in favor of my memes. Let's do that instead. Okay, let's figure that out. We can do it together. Here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. Okay. First of all, happy Valentine's Day, everyone. Hello. It's my stream. Thank you for the stream. Not the stream, the raid. Thank you. Hello. Hope you guys are doing well. We're just hanging out right now while I do stream stuff. For the homies, remember the voice chat is open if you would like to hang out. Or do whatever you want to do. We're chilling. I'm gonna play some music here in a second. I just need to find out what music I'm playing. Yeah, I have one. See, this is where I would type socials, but I don't think that I don't think Stream Elements is working. So my socials may not show up. But here I can be cool. I can do it myself. Here. Copy. Hold up. Paste. There it is. It's just that easy. It's just that easy. Oh, I need to open and close this chat actually. Oh no, I don't. This works just fine. There we go. We're learning. We're learning together. Yeah, I have one of those. I technically have one of those. And a voice chat that people sometimes hang out in, and they can listen to me speak, and also speak themselves. Okay, so it seems like Stream Elements is not working. I don't know why. Let's try some default commands because it is here in the thing. Let's turn on something. Let's try something that's default. How about I turn on follow a. I know this one works. Yeah. Okay. Turn this on. And then I type here follow age. Can I even type myself? Is this gonna work? Let's find out together. Yeah, it's not working. Okay, so I think Stream Elements is having an issue, shall we say. I think it's having an issue, which is fine. It's just more motivation to divest myself from Stream Elements, which is what I continue to do, frankly. Nothing against Stream Elements, I just don't seem to really need it, right? StreamerBot is taking over, and we're gonna be doing StreamerBot things today. So let's learn together. Let's learn together. Let's all find out what we're at, what we're doing, what we're at. Who is pinging me? Oh God, I'm being called. Oh God. Oh wow. All right. Yeah, that's fair. Okay. I'm being called out for my decisions about Yuri comics, shall we say. There's a comic I read that got a second season, and the second season is a lot more than the first season, shall we say. I didn't realize. I was excited because it just kind of vanished for like 3.5 years, and then suddenly came back, and I was like, wow, that's crazy. How could that happen? It's not them judging me, it's me judging myself. I have a lot of internalized shame, so for better or for worse, that is a hallmark of my personality. Is I have a lot of that. I have a lot of that needs to get worked through. But let's go to main and figure some things out. Vulture, move us to main, please.
Moving to main scene.
Thank you. So nice. Such a nice person. So here's the vibe, yes? Here's the vibe. I have this little chat thingy, you guys can see it right here. This is what I'm working on. I'm gonna put it right here, and I'm gonna put it right there. There's fine. And I'm going to properties, make the height, I don't know, like 1200. Just so it fits in nice and neat. Okay, there it goes. There we go. Yeah, this is what we're working on. Also I need to add, oh, Vulture, toggle production.
Toggling production.
Thank you. You're the best as always. But where is my lovely streamer bot instance? Weird how it didn't show up before. There it is. Hi. I'll move you over here on the left. You can just take up space on the left like that. Yeah. There you go. I'll oh, I locked this, huh? Here, There it is. There it is. Yeah, this is what we'll be doing. And I'll put this on the right. And oh, you guys can't see me fiddling with things, right? You can't see me fiddling with other things. Here, how do I make the sub item show up? I guess I would have to do a larger thing, right? I would have to do a window capture. I'm kind of hesitant to do window captures. Window captures are interesting. They have a tendency to be somewhat dangerous, and I really prefer not to do them whatsoever. But we can learn together. In fact, here's what we'll do. I'm gonna okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to open a new window. Okay, no, I'm not. I'm going to save some information for myself for later. Close these things. Close all this. Open a new instance of Chrome. This time without any bookmarks. Yes, there's no content here now. Now this is safe. Okay, we're safe. I'll put this here. Yeah. And instead of doing a streamer bot, I can do the very dangerous action of a window capture instead. And we can all learn together. That's what we're gonna do. So put this here. Put this here. And I may come to regret this decision. And we may have to edit the stream later. But we're gonna figure it out together. We're gonna figure it out together. We're gonna make sure that it's all figured out. So let's do that. Let's add the dangerous window capture. Oh. No, it's not a window capture I'm after. Add display capture. Danger. Hello, Cammy. Display capture for this. Okay. Shrink that in. Right, there you go. Shrunk that in and bring it down here. Wow. Alright, there you go. Now you guys can see me work. I am capturing that window. I will not let it get away. I will not let it get away. We could probably do with some music, huh? Music probably sounds like a good idea, right? Should probably turn on some music. Let me go find some. I think I have some sitting here somewhere. Here, we can do this one. Copy. Paste. Let me turn that down a little bit so you guys aren't losing your minds. And if you're on the YouTube side, I'm sorry, you will not hear a single bit of this music. But you Twitch people can enjoy it, yes? You guys can enjoy it. Here, I can also give you this great opportunity to show you guys, is that the proper conjugation? Is that the proper conjugation? What is the unconjugation of kitemasu? What, double I? Or am I just going blind? No, that's a double I. So, kitemasu? Nope. That doesn't seem right. Also, I can't copy this message. It's kind of hard. Yeah, this is Kiku. Is that? I don't think that's the conjugation for that. Yeah, like Teiru makes sense. I'm out of practice. Anyway, we won't worry about it. That's not what we're here for. We're here for figuring some stuff out. And apparently being messaged. All right. So, raid response. Here we go. We're gonna learn today. We're not gonna do this anymore. We're gonna go here. Actually, let's go check out the docs. Streamer bot. Raid trigger. This is what I want. You can watch me do this. Twitch user variables. Username, what was their game? Can I not get the user's game? I feel like I should be able to do that. Or get info on user, streamer bot, get user info? Yeah, get user info for target, that's what I want. This is what I want. Fetch Twitch user. Yes. What is so let's try this. we're gonna try this. I guess I'm using Miss Rena as a test. So thanks in advance. Thanks in advance. Here. Roles. Certified homies. So, with certified homies, you can do the thing, live your best life. And I can't. I'm sorry. I don't know the difference in pronunciation between those two things. I don't know how to pronounce those two things. I'm sorry. I guess we'll learn together. Miss. Am I silly? I think I'm silly. Also, yes, Cammy, I realize I'm just out of practice. You're right. Mix? Mix. Okay. I can do that. Yeah, I will remember. I will try to remember I apologize if I don't remember. Mix Rena. You got it. I can do that. I can do that for sure. Yeah, for sure, for sure, for sure. We call people what they want to be called here. That's what we're about. So, I've lost track of what I was doing because my brain is off. I'm really tired, by the way. If you guys didn't, oh, I've frozen. Have I frozen? Oh, that just froze for a little bit. I've lost track of my life. I've been working super hard lately at my job. Also, let me hide this extra chat for a little bit. And that has caused me some grief. So here's what we're gonna do. We're going to go to action queues, action history, raid response, inspect variables after run, user. Nice. There's the user. So we have that sitting. And then we can go here and we'll type in instead, welcome in raiders. What was my message originally for shout out? Let's just copy the same thing I did on Stream Elements. Make it easy. Make it very easy. Make it very, very, very easy. Chatbot. Here we go. Shout out to user playing game at copy paste. This should also be user. You guys can see that, right? Yay. Favorite action, no. Core, this is a core, this is a Twitch action. Twitch. User, get user info for target. Source type, user. User then vote the action. That's what I want. Perfect. So, add target info from who redeemed. And then now I'll have your game. So I can put here game at so-and-so thing. And let me also just double check what the user value is. Display name of the user. That's probably your account. Please stay. Don't go. Don't go. I'm so lonely. Oh. Stream Elements. You're so delayed. Why are you so delayed? Oh man. Goodness gracious. Okay. So I'm gonna temporarily disable this one. I'm gonna temporarily disable this one, and we can just see if this works. We go to action queues. This is you. Requeue. That seems like that works. Yeah. That seems pretty good. That seems pretty good. So that should do the trick now. Turn this back on. Turn this back on. That's a job well done. And also let me disable this and also requeue it for Miss Cyan Aura VT. This is that one? Yes it is. Oh, should I use username here? Is that what I should be doing? Username? That's probably right? I should probably be using username here instead. I hope that's right. Okay. Action cues, requeue. Requeue. Oh. Oh yeah, I put a 3-second delay. There it is. Wow. 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 Alright, pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. Let me take a second here to also add a note. Can I not do note? Oh, I'm on stream, remember, that's why. Add note. Note. Okay, I have added a note, so I will remember the important things. I will remember the good and important things. These are important things. I don't want to go to server overview. I want to go to streamer mode. Turn that back on. All right, we've done it. We've done it. We've done it. We've solved problem number 1 of many problems. We are known to have many problems. I hope you guys have had a pleasant day, a pleasant week, by the way. We are halfway into February. Tax day, 2 months away. The US engaging in collapse. Not collapse. In some interesting outcomes. I have not filed my taxes, and I probably should. There's a lot going on. So I hope that you guys all take care of yourselves, stay safe, keep yourself safe, keep others safe. Do the things you gotta do. Yeah, do the things you gotta do. And I appreciate your presence. Yes, I do. I am a presence appreciator. We fixed this thing. So let me... Now I don't need this shoutout command anymore, right? I guess it's good to have, so I'll keep it just in case I want to shout someone out manually. You gotta take care of yourself, but you drank Red Bull for your stream. I feel that. I have not had any soda, basically, all of the last 5 weeks, and then I had 3 bottles this week and 2 cans today because I've been working very hard. Very hard. I don't know how we rest. I'm not sure. So, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do some CSSing. Yes? Oh, no, not this one. We're gonna take this thing, move you up there. Your energy drink addiction as a med student has been abnormal. Yeah, I don't miss the days of having to obsess over these things. I think I'm done with StreamerBot now, right? So I can just oop. Pushing that button's dangerous. Hold on. It's a dangerous button to press. People might see things they're not supposed to. Yeah, it's very scary, actually. It's very easy to accidentally push the wrong button and show things that I'm not supposed to show. Yeah, I mean, who knows what files and names are there, right? It's very easy to accidentally dox yourself, and I don't really want to dox myself. I've lost track of what I was trying to open. Oh yeah, Notepad. Oh, can I do it like this? Yes. I could do that, but again, dangerous command. Here, I'll bring this here. No, I did not want that. I did not want you to do that. Okay. All right. Here we go. We have this notepad file. Why did my little guy freeze again? Every time that I freeze, I get really genuinely concerned. What is happening? What is happening there? I don't know. I just start to randomly freeze up. Here, I'll make myself a little bigger. There you go. So I'm just gonna try to copy paste. Yes, I'm gonna do a little copy pasting. Down here in my little chat box. It's here somewhere. Here it is. My chat box. I have written out all of this nice CSS by hand. There it is. There it is. There it is. We should do a little inspection. Let's bring this to the bottom. I said we should bring you to the bottom. Here. Bottom. Scroll that up. And you guys can learn to code together with me. I will teach you everything you need to know about CSS. Everything you need to know. So let me also write a test message. Test from the YouTube side. There it is. Wow. You're doing web dev homework right now and it sucks. Yeah, web dev homework is interesting. Hold on. Inspect this one, please. Okay, so the only difference is that I have the MDI YouTube set here. I don't have any other indicators. So we're gonna need a selector for this. It's JavaScript. I love JavaScript. JavaScript is my life. JavaScript is my day job. Hold on. Do I have to use a sibling selector here? Can I even do this? Is my ID even possible? Normally I would update the CSS myself, right? Because I'm the web dev, but let's find out if I have some options on the overlay. What can I do to make my life easier? Invert chat direction, host, blah blah blah. No, none of this. None of this is gonna work for me. That ain't it. Okay. 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 All right. So we have. This is gonna get a little interesting. How am I gonna do a child selector? How am I gonna do a child selector? I like a sibling selector. So, the music feels like you're eating at a Chinese buffet. Well, what are we listening to right now? Stillness from Death's Door is what we're listening to right now. Okay. So let me just try something. Okay, let me have the actual chat here. It's just a little higher, so I can see what I'm doing. And let me add some CSS here. So what I want, none of this matters to me. What I want is, do I have a class for the actual line itself? Do I have the ability to add classes? I don't think that I do. I don't think the overlay gives me any of that option. I figure that option will come soon enough, but right now I don't have it. So choices, choices, choices. And these are flex reversed, of course. No surprise there. How do I make this? Also, yeah, I'm showing you my local host. I'm sorry, by the way. You can see that I'm running this locally. And I'm port 8080 and it's totally not secure. But luckily it's local, so I'm not screwed. I haven't doxed myself, don't worry. If you don't know, 127.0.0.1 is your own computer. It is literally your own computer. So this goes nowhere. This is not anything. Okay, let me think about this. I would write, and normally I would write this in an actual editor, but I'm being very lazy. Very, very lazy. Do I have any instances, if I search this, do I have any instances here? Oh, search here. Do I have any instances of flex call reverse? There's only one instance, so I can just select that, I guess. Flex call reverse, right? This is the head element. Yay! Oh. Right. This is not less, this is not SAS. I cannot use parent and I cannot use repeating selectors. Okay, I gotta really do this the hard way. The hard way. Flex call reverse, and then I find how many divs? 1, 2, 3, 4. Four divs later. This is code that I'm writing. Outline 1pix solid blue. Is it semicolons? It is. It is. But no quotation marks because this is CSS. So I don't want to do an exercise. I just want to see what the actual outline property is. Please. Yeah, okay. No quotation marks. So, oh, I should probably include this just for my own sake. Okay, copy. Properties. Paste. Okay. See, we got outlines now. We have outlines. Look at that. Nice outlines. Oh lordy. Yeah, those are not where I want them to be. Why are they not where I want them to be? Div, first child, second child, third child, fourth child. Here, I'll be lazier, I guess. I would never write code this way normally, by the way. Just so you know, this is not how I would normally do this. You can see your message on the screen. You sure can. You sure can. They were always there at the bottom, right? But I'm trying to make this work a little better with this new multi-streaming option that I have. Hello, Sloth. How are you? It's good to see you. I have to remember. I have not done this in a while. CSS child selectors. Child combinator. Direct children, that's what I thought. I am doing alright. I have finally finished the hell grind that I was doing, and so now I don't have to work until 4 or 5 in the morning anymore. I can participate and do other things. I can hang out. I can be a real person again. Right? I have been working like a dog since our Halo stream. So that's been a lot. That's been a lot. There really are no classes here that I can select. So we're gonna make some decisions that I will surely come to regret later. CSS. No, this should just work. Okay, W full. 1. Where is... Hold up. Select this one down here. This one is Ender Lilies, so you know I love it. So let's see. First child, second child, third child, fourth child. First child, second child, third child, fourth child. Oh, this is a span. So span dot imdi Twitch. Copy properties. Okay. Yeah, the Hellgrind is temporarily at an end. Did that even work? Oh lordy. Oh lordy. This is what I get for not having actual tools to help me with the job. I don't want to ask AI. Stop this. I'm better than that. W full. Oh, why is it? No, this one. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 divs. And then the span. Why is the span mad? Because you can't write classes like this? Because you can't write classes like that, probably. Because colons are selectors. Oh lordy. Oh lordy. How have you been? How have you been? Here, let's make this bigger so I can actually see it. What? That is not what should have been selected. What just happened? Hold up. That ain't right. That ain't right. Also, if you guys don't know Sloth, right? Here's yeah, we're gonna do that. Shout out. Okay, please consider following Sloth. Sloth is very cool. Very cool guy. Very cool person. 9 days of streaming, that's a lot. What was that game you're playing? Turok? Turok? In my brain, I feel like I want to say Korok, but that's a Legend of Zelda gremlin, and that's not a game that you can play. Turok, okay, yep, that would do it. Do I not understand selectors properly? What happened here? Why, You're trying to get through that series? How many games are in that series, Sloth? How many games are in that series? How did we get here? I'm sorry, how did we get here? W full, first child, second child, third child. These are direct children. Oh, it's all the stupid children. I'm sorry. It's literally all the stupid children. Every single one of these stupid children. Um so one starting from here, one first child, second child, third child is all of these. Span. Why is this span not count? Huh? Huh? Explain that. Explain that to me. Explain that to me, League of Legends. Why is that not blue? Huh? They ain't making sense. Look. Undead sloth. Colon. Okay? These divs are literally on the same level. Why does this span not have rights? Turok is about a turtle who became a rock. There are 4 games: Turok, Dinosaur Hunter, Seeds of Evil, Shadow of Oblivion, and the remake Turok 2008, which are the main things that rip the soul out of the series. Sounds like you don't like the 4th one, the remake. Really though, why is this span not working? It should. Frankly, it really should. Let's do something more aggressive. Background color. Teal. Cover your eyeballs. This is gonna be bad. The other 4th was an alright by itself, but it wasn't Turok game. But as a Turok game, you didn't like it. I feel like that's how people talk about like Dragon Age Veilguard, right? It's like it's fine, but it's not really a Dragon Age game. The people who like Dragon Age aren't really enjoying it. What the heck happened? Now the why is the Twitch icon blue? Okay, well the selector worked, obviously. Right? The selector worked. Okay. CSS first child. Yep. For first child pseudo class. Okay, that's it. First child. So first child. Okay. Properties. Paste. All right. See that worked. That worked. Okay. We're gonna write a test again here. Why wait, why is the YouTube symbol not blue? Explain yourself. Are you not a spam? Hold up, what the heck? Okay. Yes, I iconify Twitch. Iconify you. This should also have the same rules. If I type background color here, right, as a test, and I say teal, it goes teal. Why doesn't it go teal over there? Oh, you're trolling. Oh, you're actually... Why? Why though? No. There's W full here. I need to get a div. Wait, why is this a span? Why is that a span? Hold up. If I type here, is this also a... Oh my lordy. Oh my lordy. It's different. Please no. Uh Hold on. Oh, I typed in both things. No, it's not different. It is different. It's actually different. Styling for YouTube versus Twitch. This is gonna get me. This is gonna get me good. But that's actually helpful. That's helpful. Kind of. I really would kill for a single class up here that was like, this is a Twitch thing, this is a YouTube thing. But I'm not gonna get one, am I? This is an experimental feature, this is what I get. Oh, there's an ad break starting. Yeah, that's fair. Ad break coming in 3 minutes. We have warnings now, though. That's kind of cool, right? You guys can get warned about ad breaks. And the fact that they will happen from time to time. Yeah. Okay, look. What do I have here? Do I have any difference here? I probably don't, right? The classes are the exact same. So CSS select parent via parents sibling via child selector. Has. Okay. CS selector for colon in class name. Backslash. Okay. We're learning a little today. So here's where we're gonna try something else. We're gonna try where's my top level thing? W full. This should be it. Okay. I don't need all this extra space. We has dot. We're all gonna learn together. Has this. Span dot this backslash. Okay. I can just copy this again. And Twitch. And the background color, I don't know, like orange? Orange is kind of cool. Your eyeballs are about to get shot at, I'm sorry. Prepare yourselves. Yeah, that worked. Oh, Has is such a good selector. Thank you, Has. Such a good selector. Also, the ads are starting. Goodbye. I'm also gonna turn on. I need to turn on timestamps. I actually do need timestamps. Also don't need the seconds. There we go. There we go. All right. So now we know what's Twitch and what's YouTube. We've separated that out. We found a way, a method, a technology. Also, it's my ad break, so I guess we can listen to music and I can stretch. You know, I should probably stretch real quick. Let's do that. I don't really know why it is that oh, the ad is now in progress, yeah. I don't really know why it is that oh, I've lost it. I've lost the words. I've somewhat completely lost the words. My apologies. I've entirely bungled it here. And I couldn't tell you why. That's a good enough of a stretch for me. I should get a snack too. I have snacks in my room. We can get some snacks. I'll grab a snack. Snacks are pretty cool. Snacks are pretty cool. Oh, okay. Big yawn. Big yawn. Let me open my snacks. Okay. Okay. So let's fix Twitch first and we can fix YouTube right after. Can I do nested selectors in CSS? Has CSS gone that far? CSS nested selectors? Oh my god, thank god. We're in a new era. Oh, we're in a new era. Fantastic. Oh, this is so good. I can write things like a normal person. I can write. Okay, I can have my face freeze again? Why? Why does it keep doing that? A mystery. A mystery even to myself. Alright. So look. We have nesting selectors now. Which means starting at, I'm gonna use Twitch as an example. Where's W full? Here, right? This is the element. Actually, let me copy element about blank. Nope, about blank Chrome. Yeah, single colon about blank. This is what I wanted. Paste. Okay, I can't paste. Excuse me. Copy. That's fine. What if I just I've never done this before. I would never do this normally. Why can't I paste? I exist to suffer, I suppose. That's fine. That's okay. I'll just I'll do it the hard way. Edit as HTML. Boop. Boop. And let me also background color black. Okay. Let's do gray. I gotta figure out what all the selectors are without it disappearing on me. So, we have W full. We have the line. We have badges. Are these all the badges? Hold up, are these all the badges? A broadcaster, a subscriber, other stuff. Wait, why is the Twitch thing not here now? Oh, because it is. Do we not have the? Yeah, it's just hidden. Okay. So the second, let's go nth child. Nth child is usually dangerous, isn't it? That's okay. We can figure it out. Taking W full, taking the first div. This is the first div. This is the second div. The third div. No. Yes, the third div. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Don't ever go into web development, kids. It's a bad world out there. Display none. Is that what I did? Yeah. I removed the colon too, because I'm built different. So, is that just the final span? Alright. Here we go. Div, div, div. Also first child. Nth child 2. Right, that's this one. Span, is it last child? CSS last child. This is how I do all my work, by the way. Yeah, it's last child. This is the coding experience. Okay, display none. Also, I like spaces. Copy. Properties. Paste. So if my brain is halfway decent here, and I like to pretend from time to time that it is, the well, the colons would be gone, but obviously they are not. Obviously they're not, so I did something wrong. Maybe the ampersand selector isn't allowed, which would suck, but we can test that. we can test that the hard way. Copy, paste. This. I sure hope the ampersand is allowed. That would make my life much, much easier. I pray for the ampersand to be allowed. Properties. Paste. How about now? Means I just got the selector wrong, I guess. Which is concerning in its own way. I feel like this should be a really easy selector. So I copied this. W full. Div. 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 CSS first child. Okay, let's make this obvious. Outline. Red. Sorry, what is it? What's the property? 1, 2 pixels solid red. We're about to find out together. You know what I should do? Instead of making this whole thing big every time I want to inspect this, why don't I full screen projector? That's what I want. Full screen projector this onto my right monitor. There we go. That's pretty good. Now I can see what I'm doing. Now I can see what I'm doing. Properties, replace. So the colon is still there. Did I mismeasure child elements? I don't think I'm that tired, but also this is what happens when you're super tired, I guess. Huh? I don't get it. I don't get what's happening. This seems super weird and super wrong. Okay, let's not do this. Also, why is also the oh, okay. I've really messed it up. You know what? Probably the CSS isn't even compiling. There's no error message. So okay, I'm gonna be a little smarter about this. Shit. There I go. Foolishly not checking what files are open before I open them. It's okay. It was nothing bad. It was a JSON. I think you guys will be okay. Actually, let me double check if I'm cooked. It's possible. What was shown in there? Okay, I've checked all my defaults. Let me try that again. Okay. CSS. Now I can do some reading. I can tell what the heck I'm doing. And most importantly, I can comment things out. Because commenting things out is going to help me. Well, ain't that weird? I seem to have lost my groove. It is actually super weird. Why? I was using the stuff before, does it not work? What changed that made all this suddenly stop working? Is what I want to know. Here, I'm gonna remove all this as well. No, this is fine. Properties. That's kind of weird. It was literally just working. Didn't we just see this working? Why is it not working now? Am I a goober? What have I messed up here? So I can hide the Twitch icons. Well, I can hide every icon. Alright, this has a margin, so let's get rid of that. What the f- Am I getting punked? Also, what is happening with my system settings as well? Why am I at 82% CPU? Yikers. A mystery. A mystery. When I do this, why did it stop working? Okay, I'm gonna be legit here. I don't really get what's going on. This is really weirdly inconsistent. I'll do the same thing and it'll just not work. Am I messing something up somewhere, or like what am I doing wrong? Okay, yeah, I can hide the okay. Twitch icon. Turok is actually about a war between two rocks. That's wild. I never would have anticipated such a thing. Background color blue. Why are these background colors not working is what I want to know. We have the W full class. So suddenly the Twitch icon doesn't go away. I do this again. The Twitch icon again doesn't go away. I don't know what to think anymore. I'm actually repeating the same steps and getting different results, and that's the sort of thing that ruins me as a computer scientist. I feel like a buffoon. I'm actually quite good at this. This is like my day job. And I look like an utter buffoon. I would like to know why the background colors suddenly aren't working anymore. That is the true mystery for me right now. They were working. Half of my job is copy pasting known code. That's a severe understatement. That's not true. That's somewhat like saying a mathematician's job is to add together numbers they've already seen before. Like, yeah, I know. Okay, get banned, you punk. It's somewhat like telling a mathematician, like, oh yeah, I mean, you know the number 12 and the number 57, right? So like, isn't part of your job just doing log 12 of 57? I mean, you've seen two of those numbers before. Yeah. Why is this not deleted is what I want to know. Okay, so that's gonna be a different problem, and maybe a compelling reason to not do this. How do I remove messages that are made by deleted people? That should be a setting, right? Settings. Not ignored users. Overlay. Not that. Highlights? I guess this ain't perfect. I feel like I've walked myself into a corner here, but for now let's just, if I delete this, right? Does it not go away? Hold up. How do I get rid of this? It's still on the overlay. Hey, Poopfart, will you type something so I can delete it? I just want to check what happens. I want to try something. Thanks. Nice memes. So I delete this. Right, it obviously gets deleted from there. So the delete functionality should work normally, it just doesn't work here. For this special thing that Seribot got. That's somewhat frustrating. That's somewhat frustrating. Is memes a banned word? No, memes is not a banned word. Memes is not a banned word. I would just like to not have like banned things show up in my stream chat, which is maybe a compelling enough reason, frankly, to not do this. That and for some godforsaken reason, like normal CSS doesn't work. By the way, if you're like, oh my gosh, no, not this. Oh, you know, I probably shouldn't show you guys all that either. Hold up. It's fine. Here's the notepad. Okay. I guess I don't need this one. Here's the other notepad. Look, I wrote all this to write the custom CSS for the thing that's in the bottom. So, I'm pretty sure my name isn't anywhere here, right? Well, let's find out together. I'll hide this. I don't see my name anywhere here. Yeah, I don't think I've doxed myself. Should be fine. Should be fine. Yeah, so look, there's just no consistency. There's no selectors, there's no anything. Like, on its own, nice, solid, right? If you're just trying to combine the chats together, it does the job. But if you want to actually show the chats on your stream, this is looking like it's going to be a little bit more frustrating than I anticipated. And that makes sense because, to be entirely honest with you, it's experimental. It's subject to active changes, so should have seen that one coming. Should have seen that one coming. I just don't know why I can't get the deleted thing. The text looks like gibberish to you. That's not good. It's somewhat readable for me. I mean, not somewhat, it is actually readable for me, so... Oh, the code. Yeah, I mean, CSS looks like that. I can explain more of it as I go, I probably should. But do you mean gibberish like you can't read it or you can't understand it? Because those are two different things, right? If you can't understand it, that's one thing. If you literally can't read the actual text, like, well, you know, I can just do this, right? I can make it bigger. I can make it bigger. And turn on word wrap. View. Word wrap. Yeah. But yeah, Seribot banning things is you still don't know how to code. Yeah, I will explain more of it, I guess. I'm just trying to figure out why it's not working. I should explain it better. I guess I'm glad that Seribot banned something so I could see for myself what things are and aren't working. But yeah, let me explain this. So you see here on this old thing, right? It has like everything is an HTML object, right? It's an HTML element. So a div is a type of element, right? A span is a type of element. So you can think of them as like building blocks, and all these building blocks have some intrinsic properties. in terms of how they take up space on a page. So they also have classes, and classes are like labels. They're like labels. So if you have an object like, oh, I'm div and I'm class like Twitch icon, right? And then you close it with a \div, right? And then some text goes here, right? So what this means is that it's a div element with the class Twitch icon, closing thing, and inside of there is more stuff, because HTML is all about nesting stuff together. On its own, it doesn't do anything, but somewhere else later I might be like Twitch icon, right? And dot stuff means class, whereas just writing div means I'm selecting a div, the div element type. I'm selecting this one is I'm selecting things with the Twitch icon class, and then I would type like color, red, right? So then the word something would be red, right? Because I'm saying for anything labeled with Twitch icon, which obviously this is, please do this thing to it, right? That's how CSS and HTML basically work. The problem is that the selectors are not entirely obvious right now. They're being a little bit funny, a little bit uncooperative. Yeah, exactly. You are attaching a label. A label in and of itself has no value. You're just labeling it with the class Twitch icon or YouTube icon or row or like other descriptors, right? And you should label them with the descriptors that make sense, because you will later be saying, for this label, aka a class, right? I want that class to apply these rules, and that's what CSS is it's a list of rules that you apply to elements on your page based on the element type, like a div or a span, or their class, so like Twitch icon, right? Or other selectors, such as you can have like an ID instead of a class, right? And you're supposed to have only one ID. Like no element should ever share the same ID, but many elements can share the same class. So as an example, right, I might have like this here. Let me do this in a new thing. Let's not do CSS. Let's do HTML. You guys can actually read this. HTML, right? Okay, you have 3 red boxes, and then I'll set an ID as box 1. You shouldn't ever have elements with the same ID, right? So all of these divs have a class red box. I would say, for example, then I would select this as div, right? I'm selecting any div that has the class red box should have the contents be the color red, and color applies to text, right? But also I want div with the ID box 3 to actually have the color blue, right? This is how you do it. And also I want all divs regardless, even for example, if I just have a div right here that's, you know, not a box, I want all divs to have a background color of blue, right? So then all these divs would have background color of blue, all the ones that have red box would have a color of red, and then this box 3, because I said I want box 3 based on ID, to specifically have a color of blue. That's how CSS and HTML basically work. More or less. More or less. That's the idea. So you're basically building rules. And the thing is, in this situation, I do not control this. I do not control the HTML. You can see the HTML is all right here. So I have no control over what classes do and don't exist. I have to write rules based on a pre-existing structure that just is there. So I don't really know how to do that, right? Well, it's not that I don't know how to do that. It's that it's gonna be a little tricky. It's gonna be a little tricky. And frankly, how to put this? Oh, something just happened. Oh, thanks, Cammy. Thank you for the bits. Appreciate that. That's nice of you. Thank you very much. The fact that the also I'm shocked that the bits don't actually show up here either. I wonder why not. They don't show up in the overlay, and they should. So let's check the overlay settings. I guess bit usage is considered an event? That's kind of weird. That's a little weird. Oh, thank you as well, Poop Fart. Yeah, see this is very large, but it's not very large on the actual thing, so it's expected for it to show up in chat small. It's large on my Twitch chat, right? And so let me here. If I go to overlay, and then I set the message, first of all, ten, don't type in chat for a second. Show events, save and copy, and then properties, update the URL. Update the URL. So now I can see these. I don't see it large, but it also tells me that you've made it large. This is not what I want. This is not what I want. It has a gap, but not the embiggen emote. Wow. I have to think about this. I think this solution is not working for my intended needs, right? I think as a tool for me, this is fine. This is totally fine. As an overlay for you guys, this is not great. And what I'm hoping to do is have the YouTube and the Twitch chats combined so that Lights, who lives over in YouTube hell, can participate and be shown on stream because they are a participant, right? I don't want to exclude those people. So this does not seem to be the solution. This does not seem to be the solution to my problem. I think there's a few things that are not great about it, and if deleted messages don't go away from the overlay because like Seribot banned them, I think the tool is not effective enough. That's really not good for me. So, as we're all used to at this point, yes, as we're all very used to at this point, I've once again invested time into something and found out it doesn't work for me. What I suspect will happen I suspect will happen is the streamerbot dev is cooked. No, cooked is the wrong word. I'm sorry. Is cracked. Okay, they are incredible and they do incredible work. I did not mean cooked. I'm sorry. I mean cracked. They are really, really, really cool, but they're also just one guy. And so I suspect in the months to come, this feature might get a lot better. It's already pretty good. It's already quite good as a tool for me, but not as an overlay for you guys. So let's research other options, shall we? Let's do that. This is clearly not working. I'm sorry to say it's not working. So with that in mind, Twitch, YouTube, combined chats. What's the number one answer? Yeah, I mean, I love HTML, CSS, right? Like, I did. Wherefore art thou? I did this thing, right? And I can explain this. No, sorry, not that. This one. This I can explain. So, at the bottom of the screen, there's that little thing that shows up, right? What this says is, for chat lines, I want them to have just a white background, right? This is the actual chat message. I want the badges to show up on the top left, right? Position absolute, go up and to the left a little bit. And I want the username to also be positioned towards the right at the top, have a width of 200, and be a little rounded. So that's how you make that. The content is already in there, right? We already have the username itself. And rotate it just 5 degrees to the left. So if I type something here, right, into Twitch chat, hi. You can see at the bottom when it shows up, you'll see it's that the username is rotated 5 degrees. That's exactly how that's done. And then I remove the colon. So I turned the message you see in Twitch chat into, if you write wider than 200 pixels, for this is your username. So your username is probably not more than 200 pixels. Right, that's very, 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 very generous amount of space. I don't think I've ever run into anybody with a username that long. Right. It will be quite a long username. There are probably a few really long ones, and in that case, I would probably have to. There's a property here. You see this one? Overflow visible, right? This one says if the content overflows, what do you want to do with it? I changed it to be visible, but I could also write hidden, right? And so if something overflows, it just vanishes. It's just cut off. And the chat line here, you can see I also set the overflow to visible, right? This will just wrap. You just get wrapping text. That's it. So CSS, like honestly, it's not that hard. If you have actual class selectors that make sense, this is pretty easy. This is pretty straightforward. Yeah, wrapping text. So for example, if I type a really long message, right? You can see that in the actual like chat thing at the bottom of my screen, you see it wraps into the next line. It doesn't just extend further to the right. So there's wrapping there. So one thing is that I'm taking advantage of the already existing properties of the overlay from, I think I'm using Stream Elements, right? Which has some of that written for you. But if you wanted to write it yourself, you would write div word wrap overflow visible. That's all you need. CSS word wrap. I don't think you need actually much else. You just set it to wrap. Here's the example, right? Is that if you set word wrap normal, it'll go through the thing. And if you set a width, it'll try to exist within that width, right? It'll try to fill the space there. So yeah. Here I'll make it more obvious. Okay, about blank. Edit as HTML. Div my text. Okay, there's my text. I'll set a style here with 200 pixels. Border 1 pixel solid black. Okay. So you can see that up there. Maybe let me zoom in. All right. You can see this is my thing. Now I'll just make the text a lot more. Okay. And it'll naturally try to increase the size of the bounding element vertically because I said, hey, the width is exactly 200 pixels. What happens if I also set the height to 100 pixels, right? I say, oh, I want it to be 100. Well, maybe I need to do less than 100. Right. Let's say 60, okay? You can see there's stuff overflowing. So how do you fix that? You say, okay, well, overflow, hidden. Anything that overflows past that, it doesn't show up. Done. Or you could do auto, which gives you this little scroll bar, right? Hidden is pretty typical for like apps like Twitch chat, right? Or styling like this, because there's no point in showing a scroll bar. Scroll bar will do nothing. The other thing you can do is you can have text overflow ellipses. Is this it? Text overflow. White space no wrap. This is the other one. So we go here, we set white space no wrap. So I say don't wrap text. If you run out of space, then just do this, right? Yep. So that's CSS for you. That's CSS for you. Someone has messaged. What is this? A moderator deleted your memes. Yeah. Yeah, because all of you're asking wrap is a power word and it means something in the code, so you don't need to trick the code to do what you want. You just tell it to wrap. There's a whole bunch of properties, and that's what these are called over here. These are called properties, right? And they're defined to do certain things, right? So this style, you can imagine it's like a class, but specific to this thing, right? I could have written this as like all of this stuff. Here, if I copy paste this, right, you'll see exactly what I mean. I could have written this as like div this. Okay, I could have done that here on the left. If I had a style sheet here somewhere, and the style sheet would then apply this to the div, but I don't have a style sheet, so I'm not doing that. These are all properties. So example, I'm setting the width property, right? Or I'm setting the border property, or I'm setting the overflow property. They're all properties. So there's a whole list of properties, and you can use the ones that exist. It's worth noting that depending on what browser you're in, some of these browsers do and don't support certain properties. Nowadays, we're on Microsoft Edge and not Internet Explorer, so support for a lot of these properties is a lot less troublesome because Edge will support almost all of these things that Chrome and Safari and Firefox do. But that's not universally true. That's not universally true. So that's more or less the rundown. What was I searching? This. No, you lied to me, Nutty. You lied to me. Blah blah. Okay, well, this was very unhelpful. I like how this person asked a question, hey, how do I do this? And everyone was like, you're gonna get banned if you do. Super helpful. Super helpful. Is this a lie? What is this? Oh no, this is share chat. Okay. Yeah. I'm breaking the rules. I know. I'm breaking the rules. I know I'm breaking the rules. I know. Lordy, I know. I just don't want to abandon my YouTube viewers. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? I just want to make the stream better for everyone. There's nothing wrong with that. This would be the one thing that I actually break TOS on. What is this? So, all of these were super not helpful. I'm sorry, Nutty. This was not. Oh, I froze again. Hey, stop that. Okay, I'm sorry. Nutty's a goat, but like, this was not it. This was not it. This is not it. No. That's not what I wanted either. Okay, let's go over here. Why am I even looking at Stream Elements? Stream Elements is like not collaborating with me right now. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Chat that will be CSS'd. Edit. Move this guy over here. Look at that. Look at that. Okay. My streams chat. That's you guys. Hi. So, this is what I convert. This is what I convert. This stuff is what gets turned into the stuff at the bottom. Oh. Right. Stream Elements is linked to only one account. It is linked to only my Twitch account, and I cannot have two separate instances, I guess, going at once. Yeah, I can't log out. Like, what if I go to, hold on. Like, I go to the main screen. Yeah, you're like logged into either one or the other. I could log into YouTube, but I don't really have a way to merge the chats together, right? Is the problem is I don't have a means of taking these things and making sure they actually line up without being very annoying. So I could. Oh my lord. Okay, no, I just lost my tracking because my hand was on my face. There is a path of last resort. and I'll show you guys what it is. Okay, this is just for effect. So I don't need you anymore. I don't need most of you anymore either. Okay. I'll show you guys what the path of last resort is. Where is it? Here. I can do something very evil. And I shouldn't do this, okay? But I'll show you the, like, if I had no other options, here's what I would do. I'll duplicate this. I'll delete this. Okay. And I'll call this just copy. Okay. Oh, ad break starting. Stop that. I'm showing people something that's cool. Stop it. Stop. Stop. This is important. This is important. Okay. So here's what I can do is I can take this YouTube chat message, okay? Any message. And streamer bot YouTube triggers the word ads in adstone. Oh, you're right. You're right. Hey, can you work? There we go. Please participate. Chat message. Thank you. Cool. All right. We get these. So then I just do Twitch, chat, send message to channel. YouTube user variables, the user, right? And then the message. Okay. I can do this, right? And I'll show you guys. This is a sample message. I typed that on YouTube just now. Yep. And it shows up in Twitch chat. So, as a last resort, I could do that. Right? I could just build my own restream. But I'd prefer not to. Because it's not their name, right? Like, I want it to look like their actual name. All the message will say from me, right? It's a little tacky. And if I can do better, I want to do better. I feel like I want to do better than that, right? I don't want it to be like, oh, like I'm, NobodyGlitched said that Light said this. No. Light said this, right? Poopfart said this. You guys said things. You get to own that. You get to own speaking, right? I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth. And I don't want to, like, this is also the reason why I don't, here. You know what? The dev said it better than me. The dev of this said it better
Hello
than
there, poop fart.
me. Yes, hello poop fart. The dev of StreamerBot said it better than me. Basically, when you do text alteration on someone's TTS, you are giving them a voice and then you are manipulating what they say. Right? That's not a good thing to do. You shouldn't lie about what people are saying. You shouldn't misrepresent people. And in this case, I'm copying what they're saying exactly, but it still feels a little ingenuine, right? And I really feel like I can do better. I can do better for people on YouTube. I feel like I can do better for everyone, right? Because here's the other thing. If I have two different modes, for example, right? Because remember, there's no, CSS has no coding, right? There's no coding involved where you are able to dynamically respond to something and run a script. There's no scripting, right? It's all just labels. So the ease in which I can say, oh, this is a message that contains the string from YouTube. Can't do that. Can't do that in CSS. I cannot be like, oh, this is a YouTube message that I resent. I have no control over that because I do not control the HTML, right? The HTML is controlled by stream elements, which is the same for every single YouTube message that exists, or sorry, every single Twitch message that exists, including the ones that I fake made. Ad break starting. No, I'm still talking. I'm not done talking yet. I'm not done. Not done. So the outcome of that, right, is if I have a clear YouTube message, right, and there is a CSS class that says this is from YouTube, I could do something like I could make the YouTube, the YouTube stuff here. Let me turn on my pointer. Right, here's my pointer. I could make the YouTube stuff show up more on the right side here, and I could make the Twitch stuff show up more on the left side here. And then I could kind of like make them symmetrical, right? Where the names show up on the top right if it's YouTube and the top left if it's Twitch. And then there's some actual flavor and heart to it. Make it look like a Grinder chat. I never use Grinder. Should we find out what is Grinder chat? What does that look like? This? Dude, this just looks like a text. It just looks like texting someone. What's the? There's nothing weird. Okay, all right. I thought it was gonna be something there. Yeah. So this did not really work out for me, and I'm not really sure what to do about it. Seribot, I'm not super sure how Seribot works. You know what? Let's run the ad break. While the ad break is running, I can see how Seribot actually did or didn't manage the chat. Like if it deleted it fast enough, it didn't show up on stream elements, that'd be good. We can find out together. I'm running the ad. Yeah, I will run the ad and we can find out. I'll find out. That way we'll have some information as to whether or not it's actually a loss in functionality, because I don't want a functionality loss. Yeah, that's the big thing. Also, like, frankly, I'm a little hesitant because it very much is one of those things of like, yes, everyone gets away with it. Everyone who multi-streams does this, then they get away with it. But if Twitch comes down hard on me, they'll just tack this on to my list of crimes, right? It doesn't really matter that I've done everything else right. They'll go, hey Glitch, you did a thing wrong, and also because we see that you have multi-chat on, you did B thing wrong, so we're gonna ban you for 7 days. Right? Like it's plausible deniability that they can use to bonk you. I don't like that. I'll think about it. In the meantime, let me find out whether or not there's actually a loss in functionality. I'm running some ads. I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. All right. Well, bad news. I mean, the ad break is still running on Twitch, so you know you guys will live. We'll be stretching. But bad news, it is a loss in functionality. I will repeat all this when the YouTube people, the Twitch people come back. It is a loss in functionality. Storybot is very good about deleting the messages. So I guess YouTube, you just have to live sad. You have to just live sad. We're gonna stretch a little bit while the ad break finishes. Yes. The answer though is it is a loss in functionality. So not much I can say about that. We're gonna do some stretching. The ads are gonna be done in like 5 seconds, so yeah. Alright, so welcome back everyone. Welcome back, we made it. Everyone's back. I should turn off the pointing circle. We don't need that anymore. So it is a loss in functionality to keep the message. I didn't even see the message show up at all in the stream elements overlay when it was deleted by Storybot. So that means we're in a bit of a pickle here. Also, what is this emoji? Pointing circle. Yeah, the pointing circle is no more. It is no more. So I think I'll have to do some more research off stream as to what a good solution is. I think some people probably use restream.io, things like that. I would like a solution that does not lead to me getting banned, I guess. And part of the reason why I did this all on stream is because the monitoring element was interesting, right? I don't have the CSS codes myself. I don't know what the chat looks like. So I didn't know what the HTML structure of StreamerBot's chat overlay would look like. But I learned. Oh, by the way, here's your fun tip of the day, right? In case you're ever like, oh my gosh, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know how to do this, right? Anytime you have a browser source in OBS, right? You can just copy the thing and just put it. You can just put it right in here. It'll show up, right? It's a browser, so look, it's right there. Yeah. So from here, you can then right-click inspect element, and you can go, oh, okay, there's a chat line, right? The classes are this. This is this. This is the class. You can look it up, and you can find out where all the CSS classes are, and you can get it to look the way you want. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. So there's your free information, your free tip. Yeah? Now you know? Now you know. I did not go to the bathroom during my break. I probably should have. Probably should have done that. Yeah. Yeah, here. Inspect. Right? Like I click this. The color is black. I think you mean the color is red. Done. Done. Ain't that crazy? What else can you do? We're on Chrome. Here, I'll show you something fun. Console. Document dot. No, this isn't it. Give me a second to check my reference document. I have a reference as to something kind of fun. Teach you guys a fun little trick. Here we go. Document.design mode. You see this? Right? Oh, sorry, my head is hiding it. Here we go. Okay, you see I typed in the console document.design mode equals on, right? Now it's on. I just click wherever I want. type whatever I want. Look, I can just type. Right? I'm a wizard. You can just click things. Right? You can just do whatever you want. Raid. Oh, no, I won't do that. But yeah, if you ever wanted to mess around, right? You have the ability to do so. Potato. Yeah, actually that one's good. Let's do that. Raid Shadow Legends. Yeah. So, yes, you can do that, or I'm gonna turn this back off because yeah, because I can. You can also inspect this. Go here. Background color teal. Right? You're very capable of doing that. But it's all just for you, by the way. Be very aware of that. You are not a hacker. Okay? You're not a hacker. You are just editing whatever you receive and what you see here. Okay? I refresh once, it goes away. Okay. That's how the internet works. Should I talk about the internet? Do you guys want to lecture on how clients and servers work? Is that interesting to people? I feel like I have all of this esoteric knowledge about like how things work, because I'm old, so I know things. On account of being old, that's entirely why. It has nothing to do with my skill at profession. I really should think about. Okay, I think I need to make a decision on whether or not I'm actually going to have the chat transfer or not. I don't really love this last resort, but I'll say I'll do this. And let me see what happens if I use one of the YouTube emojis, right? Let's say I do this. Said face blue smiling. I sure did. I sure did. So the emotes will not work, right? I think that's the other problem, is any special functionality, like let's say I become a little larger and I have an actual emote on YouTube, they just won't work. They won't work. So I don't know, man. I don't know. This one's a bit of a it's a bit of a doozy. It's a bit of a doozy for sure. I'm really not sure what I should be doing here. I think rather than that, you would ask if YouTube people could type like :3, but nobody who uses YouTube would do that. I get the feeling some people on YouTube would do that, but they don't have. Oh, you know what? Actually, this is a really good point. Like, let's say, because it's posting as me, right? They get they get to have all the emotes, right? Yeah, it just works, which is also weird. YouTube people get emote access without paying. Yeah, they scammed. That's probably not good either. I actually don't care that much, but like, you know, like scam. think about the scam. Think about the scam. What can I tell you guys? Well, first of all, let me turn this off. Okay, we're not doing this one anymore. This is a bad idea. I'm gonna get in trouble for this. I'm mostly just showing you guys that this is something you can do, right? I don't know what to do. I think I'm gonna give up on multi-stream for a while. I'm sorry, not multi-stream. I'm going to give up on combined chat for a little bit until I have more information. This seemed very promising, but if a bot on my Twitch, right, like deletes spam, and then it doesn't delete from the overlay, it's not good. It's not good enough. And for some reason, the HTML and CSS selectors are also a doozy, a bit of a doozy. So, yeah. Why don't I teach you guys about stuff instead? We can spend the rest of the time learning things. Why don't I teach you guys something? I assume that there are some streamers in chat who maybe do or don't know about StreamerBot. Should I teach you guys about StreamerBot? Do you guys care about that? Is that something that anyone cares about? I actually have no idea. I have no clue how much people do and don't care about this. But I'm happy to explain it. In fact, let me take an opportunity here, because I was, if you guys are in Miss Cyan Aura VT's server, right? We had a discussion very briefly that was like, hey, you know, you don't need a special, like you don't need mods to do this for you. You can do it yourself. So here, I'll show you how you do it yourself, right? I have a raid response right here. Okay, we'll make this big here. It's so large and bright, my eyeballs. Actually, I'm gonna show you guys something a little different. I'm gonna show you guys the same thing, but I'm gonna show you guys how is it that I figured out what to do, right? So the way the StreamerBot works, here's your 5-minute, 6-minute, 7-minute lecture. Here's the way the StreamerBot works. You make actions. That's all the stuff on the left. Okay, you make some actions. And every action happens when something triggers that action. That's the triggers here. So, for example, there's a timer on this one. That's a trigger. Or glow toggle, right, is triggered by this reward redemption for toggling the glow. There are triggers. Or ad warning is triggered when an ad is coming in 3 minutes. So that's how you get that information. All of that is here in the documentation. Wow, look, documentation. So you just go here to the documentation, right? And you find the trigger you care about. So in my case, I was like, okay, the raid, and I get here and I get to this information. We put this back in the corner, and so I would go here, and I would go to, because we see it's triggers Twitch raid, triggers Twitch raid, right? Will trigger on any value. That's fine with me. So then you set that up. We already have one, so I don't need to repeat it. Delay for 3 seconds, because I want to give everyone enough time to actually show up, right? It takes like 3 seconds for everyone to move, in my opinion, right? Like you launch a raid, the amount of time it takes for everyone to show up in the person being raided's chat is not instantaneous. So give them 3 seconds, right? Give them 3 seconds. Then get info for the person who redeemed. You can add target info for the user. That user is populated by this. That user comes from here. This user, right? Because when this action happens, we can go into action queues. Here's a raid response. Inspect variables when queued. You can see when Miss Cyan Aura VT raided us, these were all the variables that were automatically set up from that trigger, right? They're all just there for me to use. And one of them is user. So I can say, hey, get the information for the user. And that's because I needed the game title. We did that. Great. Then you write your message, right? Blah, blah, blah. Shout out to user. That's Cyan. Playing game. We got that from getting this information. And that added in information, right? So add target info from who redeemed is search. Hey, are you not going to work? Hello, please. Get target info. Whoa, my computer's lagging. Get target. Okay. N just doesn't work. Get target info. Get user, not for Trovo. That was the wrong thing. I'm sorry. Get target info. This is a Twitch thing. And again, subactions Twitch user, right? So you find it under Twitch user, get user info for target. It's right here. You see that? Get user info for target. And then it'll populate all of these variables based on the user that I supply. Then I delay for half a second. And then I do this send a shout out thing, which is send shout out Twitch chat. No. Twitch channel. See, the thing is, when you don't know, like I don't currently know, I just go here, and again, you go to the documentation, or you can just Google this. Probably easier to Google this. Streamer bot send shoutout. Okay, here it is. Send a shoutout to a user on Twitch. It's under Twitch moderation. So actually, Twitch moderation. Here are all my moderation options. And then I have the send shout out, and then I set send shout out. Okay, Poofart is asking, okay, so obviously if it gets information from YouTube, it won't just read everything. It knows whether it's reading the username or the chat or not just a big string of words. I'll show you. Actions queued. I had this just copy thing I showed you guys, right? So inspect variables when queued. Here's a list of variables, okay? It knows my username, right? It knows my user ID. It knows all these other things. It knows all of the various inputs, okay? So message, here is the message. It's right here. Here is the user. This is right here, okay? You have these variables set, and you know them from YouTube triggers. Not broadcast added. Where are you? Message. Right? Here are all the variables that populate when that trigger happens. The message, right? The YouTube username. I could get broadcaster variables, I could get broadcast variables, I could get other stuff, right? But all I really needed was these two things, and you can find them all out. Oh yeah, right-clicking, very useful. I find this very, very useful. And you can go and inspect the variables and check them. If you're kind of doing this on your own, right, off of stream, you can also just right-click this and requeue, right? So that's a great way to check and see if it's working. Yeah. So it looks kind of scary, right? But this is pretty simple. This is pretty simple. If you're ever wondering, okay, well, how about a more complicated one, right? I have a couple redemptions, right? I have a couple redemptions, like say someone's name, like Vulture says your name, right? Vulture says your name. Here it is. Okay. So the reward redemption is Vulture says your name. And if I search, wow, this is really really slow today. Why is that? Something's eating up all of my memory. I don't know what it is. I don't know. Reward redemption, right? Twitch channel reward redemption. So from here, I get all of this stuff that I don't really care about. I get the username right? And the user. This is really what you want. You want the user, the display name of the user. This is what I care about. So I run this little mini command, action actually wake vulture. I'll show you guys what that is. Actually wake vulture. Sets global vulture wake to true. And if I just run this pops up, right? It sets my little global variable to true. It makes the thing visible, and then it makes the filter run that makes the, how do I put this? Makes the rectangle expand. Okay. That's sub action. I delay for a quarter of a second, and that's enough time for the animation for vulture to show up to play. I run this little thing into SpeakerBot that says that, hello there, user, and I got user from here, right? I wait 1.5 seconds because that's about enough time for her to finish saying this sentence. Hello there, so-and-so, right? About a second and a half is enough. And then I run actually sleep vulture, which does the reverse of the other thing. It sets global vulture awake to false. It makes the filter close thing happen, so then the rectangle closes. I delay for about 300 milliseconds to let that finish doing its thing, and then I hide the entire image. Yep. That's it. That's it. And so I'll run this so that it hides here. Yep. Wake up, do your job, go to bed. Exactly. Why do I have a vulture awake global state, right? Technically, I don't need this for these actions, but if I set them, then I can do something interesting, like I have this reset factions command, right? Reset. Just assume that this reset factions command, right? You can see it. Reset factions will essentially just reset all the values to 0. Okay. Here I have vulture oops, can't say it. I have this command that is like vulture reset factions, and it'll trigger this, and it'll check. First, it'll get the global value. Hey, is vulture awake or not? If vulture is awake, reset the factions. Otherwise, do nothing and quit. Right? And this is really important. Do nothing and quit. Right? Break is essentially stop doing whatever you're doing, exit. Be done. If you need more conditional information on conditionals and stuff like that, that's a bit more advanced programming, like second semester, I guess, right? Well, probably more like week 4 or week 5. But continue means, okay, do the thing, then go forward. Break means, okay, stop and exit the current, in this case, action, right? And the action in this case is vulture reset factions, right? And then if you continue, you say, yeah, I reset the factions. So currently, I'm going to show you, I'll say vulture reset factions. And it looks like nothing happened. But we can go here and we can see, yeah, vulture reset factions actually played. It actually activated. But it got right here to if, and it said, no, this is not true. Vulture is not awake, so she's not going to do anything. She's not here. And part of the reason why I set it up that way is so that I can say things like vulture reset factions and not accidentally trigger it. Yeah. That's your crash course on StreamerBot. Now you know. Now you know all about StreamerBot, all about random things you can do. And you can do a lot of things. There are a lot of really clever people who've done a lot of really clever things with StreamerBot. For my functionality, my purposes, I have all of these, right? They more or less get the job done. So, Vulture reads your message. Technically, if you ever use highlight my message, I'll have her do that for you, right? I don't know if that's enabled though. Channel points, or maybe it's bits only. No, highlight message is just 500 points. Yeah. So to that end, right? To that end, if you really want to get my attention, you know, highlight message does the job. But what's cool is I can say,
NobodyGlitched said, "Hey Glitch, wake the fuck up, it's time to go to work."
you can do that, right? And here I assume that no message will take more than 10 seconds, so give her about 10 seconds to do her job, and then close. So, all sorts of little things like that. You can do all that in StreamerBot. It's pretty... I wouldn't say it's like super duper super straightforward, but once you get the hang of it, the simpler things that don't involve, for example, that don't involve the visual of making Vulture show up and go away, it's pretty reasonable. Just say something, right? If you just have this running, it's one command. You're fine. It doesn't matter. So you can get a lot going without needing... And this is not to knock on Tangia, but without needing...
Hookfart said, "Wiener."
Yeah, that's right. That's true. Technically, you can do that. You can do that. She's gonna hang around for 10 seconds and judge you, though, for saying that, for making her say that. Was that always the case? That she would speak? I have had this command for a while. It's just that no one ever highlighted their messages. Right, so it never popped up. And in fact, I actually forgot that I had this set up until I checked just now. I probably set it up at the same time that I set up, like, so-and-so says your name. Right? I just, I did it this way because I didn't want to do TTS the other way. Right? Where, like, there's imitations of Biden or things like that. I didn't really want to do that. And to my benefit, I'm not reliant on, again, this is not a knock on Tangia, but I'm not reliant on Tangia. We even saw today, like, oh, Stream Elements isn't working. That sucks, right? Whereas this is hosted locally. It's hosted locally on my machine, right? It's dependent on, can I connect to Twitch and YouTube? And if I can't connect to Twitch, well, I can't stream anyway, right? So it has the same requirements that streaming does, right? The only real gotcha is, okay, this needs Azure AI voice services to be online. I have a relative amount of confidence that Microsoft will have their services online compared to something like Tangia or Stream Elements, right? They have to do a much better job than most people in having reliable services. So I use Microsoft as my text-to-speech service. I use them as my speech engine because I can rely on that. Yep. So now you know. And we can add all sorts of other stuff. I have... Oh, this one shouldn't work anymore. I removed the scenes for this, but we have glow toggle, of course, right? Boop. Boop. Lot of options. A lot of options. If I were you, by the way, if anyone is looking at this and thinking, oh man, something, right? I want to do this. My advice to you is add this little test trigger, okay? Core test, just add this. So you can right click it and activate it. Activate that trigger. It's a trigger that does nothing. It just exists so you can click it click test and see how it works. Very good for testing. Yay! Now you know. Now you have information. And I love giving information. I do not believe in gatekeeping information. If anyone has questions, I don't know if anyone does have questions, but feel free to ask your questions. Feel free to do your thing, to vibe, to live well. Yeah, I made some pranks down here. You should make the highlight message cost more. How much more? How much more? Is it because it'll be easily abusable, or like 500 is a lot of points, right? 500 is like 1 to 2 hours of watching. And Jaws is 1K. But Jawl also, like, isn't Jawl a full-time streamer? Right? Isn't that the case? I understand it being like 10K and other. You know what? Let me 5 days a week, 4 to 5 hours on an event. Yeah. I stream 1 to 2 times a week for 5 hours, right? I think that's the deal. I stream less than half as much as Jawl does, so it makes sense that I should have a cost that's less than half as much. But I can use my brain here, all right? I'll just see how does my favorite one of my favorite streamers, what does she have her thing set at? Oh. $5K. All right. She has hers set at 5K. She also she streams like 8 hours a day, 5 times a week, right? So that kind of makes sense. I set it to 500 because I want it to be accessible to people. This is what I mean, right? I assume that you're saying that, Poop Fart, because you have 65,000 points, right? I assume that this is part of where that is coming from. 78,000 points. Okay, yes. I assume that you're saying that because you are one of those people who has 78,000 points. Welcome to channel point inflation, everyone, right? Actually, this is a great conversation. I can talk about this. I actually would love to talk about this because this has a... This is about the design of people, of challenges and bars to people. So let me talk to you guys about this one, because this one's pretty interesting. Also, I should set us to just chatting now. I'm definitely not co-working anymore, so let's do just chatting. Talk about things. Just chatting. Talking about... I don't think it's psychology, but... what do I call this? It's not really psychology. It might be psychology. The psychology around, like, price? Barrier for participation is what I call it. Barrier for participation. Okay, that's what we'll call it. And we'll call this, yeah, we'll just talk about the barrier for participation. That's a very fair thing to call this. All right. Yay, I love chatting. All right. Let's make this 1600 by 2400. Okay, we did it. Here we go. And let me find a pixel brush here somewhere. I know you're real. You know what? I bet there is one. I have so many windows open. What did I just do? Oh, geez. There goes my music. Oopsie. Okay, I guess we can just play different music. It's fine. It's fine. We live and we learn. We'll just play different music. It's okay. Who's gonna stop me? Twitch? Clearly not. Clearly not. Do I want to close streamer bot? No, I don't. No, I do not. So let's have a little think, a little thunk about this idea of what I'll call. Oh wait, I went here to check something. CSP pixel brush. Where is... Yeah, I'm not looking for the dot pen though. Well, fine. I'll do it the hard way. It's okay. This is fine. So I should pick a nice color. I think teal is a nice color. We're talking about the barrier for participation. Also, let me close some of these 90 windows I have open. I have a lot of windows open. I don't need you. I don't need you. Don't need you. Apparently I need the rest of these. Okay, that's fine. It's a lot of windows open. Barrier for participation. That's what we're going to talk about. Okay. And I find this topic somewhat interesting because it comes up in, let me lower this brush size, it comes up in streams, right? But it also comes up in games. I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example of how it comes up in games. And this is an interesting challenge that people, I think, go through when they think about how do we solve the games? How do we make games meaningful? Okay, and I'll give you an example with everyone's favorite, D&D, okay? D&D is a game in which you have skills, right? Like, I'm gonna make something up. We could call this acrobatics or athletics or whatever, but I'm gonna call it strong. Okay? You have the strong skill, all right? And this is based on your strength score, okay? Which can go from like basically -2 to 5, all right? You can put points into the strong skill. So if you optimize it, right? If you optimize it, you can take certain abilities and at around, by the way, D&D has 1 to 20 levels, okay? 1 or 20 levels. At level 5, if you optimize this, even with point buy, I think you can get 2, 4, well, sorry, 6, 10, 12. You can get a plus 12 to this. Not even thinking really hard about this, right? I can easily find a way to get plus 12, right? So look at me, I'm a plus 12 guy, right? Your friend, right? I'm angry face, right? I'm the angry face guy. Look at me, I'm angry. And Smiley over here, okay, who wants everyone to be happy, right, also is a character with strength. You both have +4 strength. All right. Smiley over here at level 5, okay? He has a +7 to strong. And then you have, you know, dazed out guy, also at level 5. All right. And this guy, let's say, has a +2 to strength. All right. By the way, 4 means like you really put everything you had into it, and 2 is like you put quite a bit into it at the sacrifice of other things. So it's not your best thing, but like you're trying to be like, oh my gosh, you know, like I'm the buff wizard, right? I'm a druid with muscles. I got so many muscles. Look at me, all my muscles, but it's not my main thing. This guy, okay, because he's, I don't know, like he's a zoned out, you know, druid guy. All right, he's just got a +2. All right, he's got a +2. And remember that D&D is a game that uses a, this is not readable. D&D is a game that uses a D20. Okay? The way that D&D works is you roll plus your modifier is greater than some DC, or greater than or equal to, actually, equals you win. Okay? That's the game. That's the entirety of the game. Somewhat a simplification, right? But actually, let me do myself a little solid here. Okay, got this out so I can do more of this later. And I can change the canvas size from the top. I'll give it another so and so many things, or I can just keep typing, keep drawing, keep doing my thing. Unlock this, by the way. So let's say that you're running the game, because there's a guy who runs the game, and the guy's job is to make the game essentially tell a cooperative story, right? So there you are, you're Smiley, and you just want everyone to have fun, right? And you got your friend Grumpy, who really loves to punch things, and you got like the spaced out kind of buff druid guy, right? And they're all your friends. You want to climb a cliff, and your game master, your dungeon master, is like, okay, well, it's a cliff, you know. Look at this. It's a cliff, and it's got like sheer faces everywhere, and you want to get to the top, and it's going to be a little hard. Okay, it's going to be a little difficult. What do I set a challenge? Because this guy sets a DC, right? A difficulty class. That's the number you gotta beat. Okay? That's the number you gotta beat. And remember, by the way, +0 is average. Okay? +0 means you're average. So 10 strength, a +0 in strength means you're an average guy, right? Like your typical high schooler that's kind of middle of the pack in PE, right? Like has a +0. So what do you set the difficulty class to so that all 3 of these guys have a reasonable chance of succeeding, right? But that it's a challenge, because you want it to be a challenge. You want there to be challenges. It doesn't have to be a cliff. This could be like picking a lock. It could be sneaking through an area, right? And in fact, one of the most common cases of this is, instead of strength, imagine you're trying to sneak through an area instead, right? There's the patrol guy with his cone of, like, you know, spotting people, right? And there you are, getting caught because whatever reason, right? Because you're angry and you have all your points into strength, and not into sneaking, because that's what you do, right? But you go with your friends anyway, and you're like, okay, you know what, guys, I accept it. Let's go sneak around. We can do that. We can try, right? We can try to sneak around. What challenge does the person set so that it's actually a challenge? Because let's say that I set it to, I'm running the game, and I set it to 10. Right? I say the DC is 10. Okay? This guy needs an 8. This guy needs a 3. This guy needs a 1. So 100% of the time this guy succeeds. 90% of the time this guy succeeds. 60% of the time this guy succeeds. Okay? And let me say, 40% chance of getting caught is kind of, like it'll feel bad. Eventually you'll get caught, right? So, okay, you're like, oh, well, it kind of sucks that this guy is always succeeding 100% of the time. What do I do to maintain a challenge against this guy? Because it might not be a rock face, it might be like broken doors, right? You might have a door, okay? And strength guy is like, locked doors mean nothing to me. Have you seen my rippling muscles? Have you seen my incredible oiled up body? Have you seen the amount of time I spend drinking whey powder and getting my gains, bro? My gains. They're so important to me. My gains. Right? You want to challenge that guy. Because part of the fun of a game with chance is that once in a while you won't succeed. So in that regard, right? What do you set this at so that super strong guy has an actual challenge? Let's say you're like, okay, well, I know he has like a plus 12, right? And I want him to succeed, like, he's pretty good at it, right? He's pretty good at it. I want him to succeed 70% of the time. Okay? So I'm making up a number. 70% of the time. So for that to happen, 6 or higher. You should succeed on a 6 or higher. So 6 plus 12 is 18. I'll set the DC to 18, okay? Let's say the DC is 18. I gotta increase the size or the side. Change canvas size. From the center, actually from this side, and the width. Boop. Okay. This is DC 10. This is DC 18, right? Well, now this guy needs a 6, so he passes 70% of the time. This guy needs an 11, right? So he'll pass 50% of the time. This math isn't mathing. Sorry, this should be a 7. At least she should be 19. Sorry, basic math, basic math problem. Basic math problem. I can do basic math. Anyway. Right. This guy will need a 12. Okay. And then this guy down here, this poor guy with +2, his +2 total, needs to roll a bloody 17. So he's going to succeed 20% of the time. Okay? 20% of the time. Would you gamble on 20% odds constantly? Would you? Because remember, this is a game in which you play with your friends, right? And your friends all get together and you're like, oh my gosh, the door. But remember, this is a guy who has invested some points into being strong. He's not super macho tough guy, but he's a character that has muscles, right? He has a +2. So you can think of him as like the buff guy at a construction job, you know? He's not a trained fighter per se, but he's like a hefty backpacker and a conversationalist, like a conservationalist, right? He's got some muscles, but he's only going to succeed knocking down that door 20% of the time. So for a situation like that, might as well not try. And this is with these numbers, okay? I'll give you a more blatant example of what really happens. This is what really happens. There is a skill in this game called persuasion. I'm gonna call it persuade for short, right? Persuade. Okay? If you have +2 in charisma, okay? You have a +2. Your bard over there might have a +17. Okay? And persuading someone, if you don't do well, they become hostile or they become less inclined to agree with you, right? There are consequences to failing. And it'll move the story forward, but there are downsides to doing badly on a roll. That's the whole point. If you're +2 guy, this means you're quite charismatic actually. Right? Like you're naturally charismatic. So here is the challenge. You have someone who's naturally charismatic hanging out with someone who's like Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? Or Ronald Reagan, or I don't know what it is for the foreign people, but like someone really Obama. Everyone knows Obama, right? Obama, okay? Whatever you may think about Obama's policies, that was a very charismatic man, right? Obama's highly charismatic, right? So with a difference of 15 between these two numbers, okay, will the person who is less persuasive ever, let me be clear, absolutely, will the person who is less persuasive ever get a chance to try? Okay. You might say, well, I'll set it at 10, right? I can set the DC at 10, and that way this guy has a chance, but then this one succeeds 100% of the time. Or you set the DC to, I don't know, like 25, right? Because the person's very hard to convince, because you went to the foreign elf noble's soiree and her guard is there to stop you, and you need invites and you have to convince him that you want to walk through, and there's only so many of these checks in existence, right? So you try to convince the man. And remember, by the way, this is a secret. Okay? It is a secret. You can make some estimations, right? Like, oh, the cliff is probably 10, right? But you don't always know. And in things like persuading people, it's dependent on really dependent on the other person and their ability to kind of see through you. Okay? To see what you want or be counter-persuasive. So, +17 guy is basically always going to roll. Or you're going to let +2 guy do it with a DC of 25, right? +17 guy still has a 60% chance or something to succeed. +2 guy can't do it. Simply cannot succeed. So, +2 guy is locked out of participating. They cannot participate in the game, even though they are actually a little invested into the thing. And there are choices that you're making, right? Because you're playing a nature guardian, right? Instead of a schmoozer, right? So you don't have the freedom to invest as much into schmoozing as someone whose class is the schmoozer can, right? Keep this in mind. Keep this in mind. Because I will show you how this relates to Twitch channel points. Okay? Because the entire point of this previous exercise, the goal, right? What is the goal? The goal is everyone gets to play. That's the goal. D&D is a game about getting together with your friends and having a good time, and everyone gets to play the game. Now, it's okay, right? It's totally okay for some people to be better at certain things than others, right? Not every character has to be the exact same. But you don't want, like, Timmy to sit there twiddling his thumbs for 3 hours while everyone else gets to talk the whole game and he can't participate. The goal is everyone gets to participate, right? And you don't want Timmy with his +2 to roll because there are group consequences. You're going to try to play somewhat optimally because the D&D is a strategy game. It is a tabletop role-playing game, and part of that involves tactics and strategy, right? You're trying to advance your goals. So keep that in mind, okay? What is the goal with channel points? The goal, also thank you, appreciate that, Poop Fart. The goal is to reward participation. That's a bad C. Participation. Okay? Because this is how you get points. You get points. And the other goal is to, what do I say? Allow participation. Encourage participation. Okay, so you spend points, right? And there is a sub goal here, okay? There is a sub goal, unless you're Jol, bless him, right? Frankly, unless you're Jol, bless him. The goal is to spend points without derailing stream. Okay? So yeah, hype trains, fun, right? Tangia, fun, right? TTS, fun. Twitch redemptions, fun. Like little things like, hey, you're not allowed to use the word the for 5 minutes. Like it's fun. But there's always a time limit to that, because the point is to allow the viewers to participate and engage without completely messing everything up, right? You're trying to strike a balance there. And like, unless the point of your stream is to not strike a balance and just run wild, which, fair, understandable, if that's the kind of stream you're running. But I think we've all seen streams where, for example, the chat is completely overtaken with gambling, right? Everyone is just playing the gambling bot. They are not involved in the stream. They are not involved in the conversation. They are not talking to the streamer. 80% of the chat is just gambling. And the gambling bot responding. Or a lot of the chat is like Tangia spam. And that can be fun. It can be fun. But for some people, it can be disruptive, right? If your entire stream is like, hi guys, I'm here to play Final Fantasy X, and we're on part 3, and you spend 3 hours in Tangia Hell, you did not get a chance to do the thing you wanted to do. You were not running that stream. Right. Ad break. I'm talking about something important. Stop that. Stop. I'm still talking. It's important. Okay. So, there is a sub goal, right? Without derailing stream. So let's say I have a thing. TTS. Okay? How many points do I set it at? Right? I set mine at 500. Right? Some people set theirs at 10K or 5K. And why is that? Why is that? It depends on how much savings. Oh, that's a bad G. Savings. Viewers have. That's a bad V as well. Have. Okay? However, if you're a new viewer and you watched for, again, you get like 220 points per hour, right? So let's say you watch for 20 hours, 2.5 8-hour streams, okay? At the end of that, you have 4.4 thousand points, right? 22 times 2 is 44, times 0 is 4, well, times 2 zeros is 4.4K, okay? That's still less than 5K. It's still less than the 5K amount. So after 20 hours of watching, you cannot participate in this. There is a barrier for participation for you. And the streamer cannot lower it to a point that it's accessible to you because people like, say, poop fart, right? They have 80,000 points. They could spam this 16 times. And you have, because if you've been streaming that long, right? You might have 100 poop farts in your stream. That's a lot of poop farts. And if they wanted at any time, they could just turn around and completely derail your stream with a lower cost. If you set it to 500, right? They can do it 10 times as much. So, this is the inflation of channel points. And I've talked about this one before, right? How much should channel points cost? How I change the prices, how the prices will adjust depending on how much I stream and don't stream, and how long the history is, because depending on how long you've been streaming, you have viewers with tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of points, right? Literally hundreds of thousands of points. And you can try to consolidate them or meme or do the polls and the predictions and get points redistributed around, right? Try to spread it out a little bit. But this is a system in which points enter infinitely and are only spent when someone wants to spend them. So when you shove, quote unquote, money into the system like that, there's going to be some outcomes in terms of what can you price things at, right? If I have a viewer that just started viewing like 2 weeks ago, right? I've streamed like, I'll make up a number. I've streamed like 3 times since then for like 5-6 hours each, right? If they watched every single one of my streams, which is also an unreasonable ask to say, hey, please watch all of my streams, 100, like all 15 hours of them religiously. Okay. Only then do they get about 3,000 points. 3,000 isn't very many compared to the amount that other people have. And that's where the barrier for participation comes from. The presence of long-time, quote-unquote, money holders, right, means that some people have a much greater advantage in participating than others. And I have 3 minutes. It's fine. I can finish this in 3 minutes. Okay. This is called, I'm just going to make up a name for it. This is the advantage of participation, aka getting to participate. Getting to participate more. And there's an argument here that, well, they spent more time, so they should be able to participate more. But does spending more time mean that other people shouldn't be able to participate at all? That's the consequence, right? Is that, yeah, man, I've been skating around the skate park for 10 years. Me and my 6 buddies, we've been here for 10 years. It's our skate park now. Like, I know you want to skate and learn how to skate, but sorry, like, you gotta wait until 2 a.m. when we went to bed. That's not right. Right? That's not right. So, the advantage of participation, getting to participate more, having more ability to participate, is very much related to, like, for example, both D&D, and it's related to channel points. It's an interesting problem to try and solve. End lecture. Done. The ad break is happening soon. I'll just run the ad break now. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Y'all take care. I'll be back soon. Vulture, move us to AFK, please.
Moving to AFK. Moving to main scene.
By the way, there's one final point I forgot to give. Also, welcome back from the ad break. This, by the way, in case you're like trying to understand a little bit more about this, this somewhat relates to the difference between equity and quality, right? So the lecture continues a little bit, but this is about the difference between equity and quality. And it's kind of evident that people understand that because they don't want their stream to get bamboozled a little bit, right? It's a question of people who have less because they've been watching for less time. To what degree should they be catered to? And to what degree should people who've been here for a long time be catered to? Because there's no means of donating channel points. There's no means of normalizing channel points. The way to do that is to run basically predictions and polls. And, points get distributed a little bit. But there's no way of being like, if you've been here for 5 years, right, this will cost you 10% more, right? Or this costs you 10% of your current channel points. There's no system like that, right? And maybe there shouldn't be either. But the question of how do you solve this problem? How do you cater to both those with a lot of digital currency or advantage, basically the ability to participate more? How do you cater to both those people so they're still having fun and participating in your D&D game or hanging out in your stream and having a good time and just being there, while also catering to people who are just coming in, right? Viewers who are just coming in, or in the case of D&D, people who want to participate in like a scene in which you're talking and convincing a noble, but don't really have the means to do so, right? I think some people might argue, well, fuck those people, right? Those guys, they weren't here as long as me, or they didn't invest in it, so sucks, right? But I don't really buy that argument. I don't really think I vibe with that argument. That's a really kind of a weird way to think about your friends and your peers. And to be like, oh man, you weren't here as long as I was, that sucks, right? So this is part of why I like, talking about D&D again, this is part of why I like Pathfinder 2nd Edition, okay? There's a Pathfinder 2nd Edition rule called, okay, so number 1, in Pathfinder, numbers don't scale as widely, okay? Numbers don't just explode, in comparison to the lowest number denominator and the highest number denominator, right? You're expected to have a certain number, and things are a little harder or a little easier than that number, more or less, right? And if you're good at something, you're probably at around that number, right? And there is a ability called untrained improvisation. This has a few edge cases that aren't perfect, but just bear with me, right? Bear with me, okay? What untrained improvisation says is that your bonus, right, your modifier, is just equal to, I'm going to make this simple, the real untrained improvisation has like -2 until you're level 5 and -1 until you're level 7, and then you're good, right? Let's just say it's equal to your level, okay? And others, right, their bonus is 2, 4, 6, 8 plus their level, okay? So these people have an advantage depending on their training in that thing, right? They are 10, 20, 30, or 40% higher chance as to how much they are more likely to do something than you, okay? There's also an addition of the modifiers from before. I'll just use strength as an example, right? So there is an edge case here with this rule that, okay, well, I'm like the druid guy and I have a +4 in this, right? And my level, and I have a 2 in this thing, right? And the other guy has the same level as I do, obviously, but this other guy has like a 5 in this, right? So I'm only like +1 higher than this one, right? That can happen. Or in like very niche cases, you might not even have a 2, right? You might be like not super charismatic, but you're really trained in intimidating people. So you might have just like a 1 here, right? And then so these two numbers are equal. There are situations like this, but what this avoids, right, is it avoids huge gulfs. It avoids massive gulfs, because in the worst possible case, by the way, we can't get an 8 until level 17 or something, right? Or like level 13. What is it? Level 13, okay? So in the worst possible case of you have a 5 in this, and this other person has a 0 in this, right? And you have an 8, okay? You're plus 13 higher than the other guy. Okay? But a normal person, right? Like the challenge, it's actually, I can just show you guys. There's an actual chart. I love Pathfinder. A1 Hello Pathfinder chart. Hello GM screen. Hello DCs by level. Okay. So I'm gonna say, because you can get this at level, I think it's 13, right? This is a 13. This is a 13. Okay. Level 13. The DC is 31. Okay, it's 31. It's 31. That's a hefty number. All right. Actually, to make this math work, because at level 13 you have some bonuses, I'm gonna lie for the sake of the example and say the DC is actually 27. You'll have some bonuses that will make this, like, you'll get +4 from somewhere. Don't worry. Some shenanigans can happen. I'll just say 27. Okay. So the guy who's good at it, right, has a +20 actually. The actual phrase is he's a legendary, right? And this actually should be a 29. Okay. And this is a 29. So yeah, 13 is a 31 normally, minus your +2 from items, brings you down to a 29. This guy has an 8 from being legendary, +5, 13, 13, +26. So he needs a 3. 3 to win. Okay? 13 to super win. Okay? And the untrained person has a +13. Okay? So to beat a 29, they need a 16 to win. Okay? And the 20 to super win. You might look at this and go, but glitch. Like, those percentages look as bad as you said before. 13 is bigger than a 10%, like the bigger than 10. Your previous example was a +2 versus a +12. What the heck? Well, I'll point you to, where is it? Where are you? My example was a +2 versus a +17, right? Currently that should be a +0 versus a +17. That's how bad it can get. That's actually how bad it can get. It'll be a +0 versus a +17. In this case, it's a +13 versus a +26. Okay. So number 1, numbers are closer together. Okay. Number 2, this guy still has a chance. He has a chance, right? A 20% chance, but it's a chance. Okay. Oh, also, this guy has a 6, like 1 to 6 equals super fail. Okay, like there's essentially super failure in this game. So the thing is, because there is such a thing as super failure, right? He has a 30% chance to super fail. those are okay odds, honestly. Like, depending on what the task is. Oh, okay, like I didn't do it perfectly, like, but you know, I tried and it didn't work out. But I didn't blow up, you know. I tried to persuade that guy and he didn't hate me, right? So let me take an example. Okay. You can make a request of someone. Here's what. All right, let's make that bigger. Here's what the request rules look like. Critical failure is super failure. Critical success is super success, right? Is a super winning. So on failing, the guy says, "No, I'm not gonna do that." Right? I don't think so. But they might be like, but maybe we could do this instead. Whereas super failing is like, dude, you're out of your mind. How could you even say that to me? Why would you even propose that, like, you know, like sorry, I'm trying to find a way to relate this to Stacy's mom. Why would you say that about my mom? You know, like, this is my Stacy's party. Why would you, like, I don't care if you think she's got it going on, like, get the fuck out of here, right? There are degrees of success involved. You can fail, super fail, win, super win, right? With this untrained improvisation rule, the guy actually at least has a chance. He has a chance, right? Whereas before, the other person didn't have any chance whatsoever. So having a chance is pretty good, okay? And this is assuming that this guy has nothing in the thing. He has nothing in strength, okay? He might have a +3 in strength, right? And that would bring him to not a 16 to win. He would actually be at a 13 to win, okay? Still not perfect, but very doable, right? Okay, it's what? It's like a 45? No, 35% chance to succeed. Not great odds. Okay, not great odds. But this is all at level 13. There's math baked behind this, blah, 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 whatever math, right? This is a contest between literally the best guy in the world. He's a legend, okay? He's the guy. He is a legend. And legendary things are like balancing on a razor's edge, right? It's that versus Joe Schmo. So yeah, for a task like that, this guy is very, very likely to win. And this guy is pretty unlikely to win. That makes sense. But what about tasks that are a little easier, right? You can put those in. And you don't have a giant gap between haves and have-nots. Because until you get to this 8 level, right, it'll be a difference of actually maybe like 4 instead, right? And so at a difference of 4, this will be a 12 to win. And he has a +2 here, so actually it's a 10 to win, right? 3 versus 10. You can take 50-50 odds, right? Once in a while, you can actually participate. And with this, right, your odds are basically 50% chance the guy listens to me, the 50% chance he doesn't listen to me, as opposed to I mega ultra crit fail. I don't know. There are ways mathematically to change that, but I don't have control over, of course, I have no control over the way that Twitch hands out points, right? I can't lift people up with untrained improvisation, essentially. So, it's a complicated idea, it's a complicated vision, but I think about the barrier for participation a lot. I think about the barrier for participation a lot, because I want people who haven't been in my stream for a year to be able to participate. But I also don't want to throw away or cast aside the longtime viewers. That's just a thing you gotta think about, right? It's a thing you gotta think about, especially if you use these kinds of incentives. And by incentives, I mean the goal of, you know, get points and spend points and interact with the stream. Yep. 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 Now you know. That's my theory. There are a lot of people who don't subscribe to this theory, of course. There are a lot of people who don't think about this, they don't care about this, or they're just going to send it and they'll spend points on... They'll say, I don't really care if, like, Poop Fart redeems this thing 60 times, right? The disruption is fine by me because I want so-and-so person to be able to participate. Or, you know, to your point, Poop Fart, like, oh, I set my highlight to 10K because I don't want people spamming it. Like, normal people can't really spam it, but I maybe don't need, like, direct viewer interaction as much. I guess this is another really important point. Also, thank you, Poopart. I'm glad you found it interesting. This is another really interesting point. That goal, right, of getting participation, right? And this is a kind of a Twitch thing, right? Because YouTube is a little bit less like that. You just keep the price low and react to it if it gets out of hand. That's kind of where I'm at. Personally, I would rather keep prices kind of low, except for things that are, like, very disruptive, right? So something that's very disruptive is, hey, I invite someone into a call. Like, that's pretty disruptive. Or, hi, honey, right? Or letting the intrusive thoughts win, or, like, polite tone indicator. These are things that would significantly change the stream a little bit. But when you have a large stream, right? Like, let's say you're a 200, not even 200. Let's say you're a 75. Oh, let's say you're a 75 CCV streamer, okay? And I am not a 75 CCV streamer, so I cannot speak for these people. But let's say you're a 75 CCV streamer, okay? That's enough to get you to partner. That's what you do. You're a 75 CCV streamer. That means at any given time, there are 75 people in your chat, okay? Not in your chat, watching your stream. And I don't know, like some percentage, right? Let's say 15%, let's say 10 to 20%, okay? Are chatters, okay? So that's like what, like 7 to 15 people. If you have 7 to 15 people continuously talking in your chat, right? How much do you need individual engagement, right? At some point, you kind of want to wall those people off a little bit and manage the larger stream, because you have to think about the fact that if each and every single person in your stream redeems the same thing, you're in trouble. Right. If every single person in your chat makes the same boring joke and it makes fun of you, right? It's a lot different to be a 5 CCV streamer like I am, or versus a 75 CCV streamer. I can take the joke, right? 5 times it won't be fun, right? But I'll live. But if I'm a 75 CCV streamer or a 200 CCV streamer, right? And every day someone makes a joke, I'll lose it. Anyone would lose it, right? That's why larger streams have to be a bit more critical, a bit more moderated, and a bit more like, dude, please don't make those jokes, because in extreme cases, right? In extreme cases, let's say you're a 1000 CCV streamer. That's not like super extreme, but it's like definitely top of the top, right? And just 10% of people made that joke, right? Like, oh, your forehead's so large. Oh my god, your forehead is it's so large, and I don't know what to do. But have you know, your forehead is like an airplane landing strip. I don't know, I'm making something up, right? You're gonna see 100 of that a day, right? Or like every 2 days or something like that. It's hard to ignore. It's hard to ignore. If every single one of those people can participate at a lower entry barrier cost, right? It'll also become pretty, it'll get out of hand, right? Because you're essentially trying to get The Balfs immediately bans anyone who says he feeds in LOL because he does. Yeah, because people, well, we can get to like chat versus streamer, not chat, sorry, chat versus streamer. I'll draw an eyeball here. This is a terrible eyeball. Just forgive me. Okay. We'll get to this thing in a second. And the person. Okay, we could get into streamers who act a certain way and feel entitled to act a certain way because of their personality, and they get viewers for that. Blah blah blah. Right. But right now we're gonna talk about this, and we're talking about how basically you want streamer wants X activity level, right? If X is too high, it's disruptive. Okay? And if X is too low, it's so-called dead chat. Okay? And dead chat is bad because it makes it harder for people to come into your chat and feel like, oh, there's something actually happening in the stream, as opposed to like there's no community here, right? Like you do want to show up in a stream and have people chatting because it's easier to get involved in that conversation. It feels like something's happening, right? It's also hard on the streamer because, well, they're streaming and they're used to a certain amount of stuff or whatever, right? Like it is not easy to talk to nobody, to talk to literally no one for hours and hours on end. And there is a world of difference, okay? Having experienced this and talked to many people about this myself, there is a world of difference between 0 CCV and 1 CCV, okay? And Poopfart, I'm sure you get this, because imagine what my chat would be like if you weren't in it, right? It would be dead. It would totally dead, right? If you weren't here, right? Like people would show up still and talk still, right? But I would get maybe 5 messages a day. That's not very many. And earlier on, I might get 0 messages day in, day out. One person can really make a big difference. Even just not as like you don't have to be as active as you are, Poopfart, but for example, like even if it's just someone who pops in for 10 minutes, says hello, and then leaves and comes back every once in a while to say hello, that can really motivate someone to keep chatting, because chatting to emptiness is really difficult. It's really difficult. But streamers are trying to balance this, okay? They're trying to balance a certain amount of activity level. And so they want and I'll make a little equation. X equals, right, some number, right? Number times, I shouldn't have used X, but times, I don't know, call this bait, B for bait, okay? The amount of encouragement someone has, how easy is it for them to participate? Actually, that should be more or less the thing. It's number times ease, right? The so-called barrier to entry. Okay. Very simple, right? If you want to hold X to be constant, as the number of viewers you have increases, you have to make it harder for people to participate. Because if you don't, it gets disruptive, right? But if you make it too difficult for people to participate, you get a dead chat. That's the balancing act. So the higher a CCV you have, the more people you have in your chat, chatting at any given time, or watching or accruing challenge points, and using redeems and just doing things, right? The more that you have to consider how easy is it for people to engage with my stream, and how much do I want that, right? Us tiny little baby streamers, right? I'll say tiny little baby streamers for anyone who's not partner, okay? Which, you know, forgive me, there are plenty of really good streamers out there that were not partner. Okay, so don't take that the wrong way. I don't mean anything by it, but the difference in scope between like 1k CCV and 10k and 10 CCV is obviously very, 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 very different, right? The difference between 1k CCV and like 100 CCV, right, is also very, very, very different. Which is why in some of those channels you'll see like you have to be following to chat, right? Verification is required because you get ne'er-do-wells and all sorts of other things. Okay, so should we talk about this? Chat and streamer eyeballs? Okay. I'm sorry, Islam. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. You're so cool and handsome and friendly and so nice. Yeah. But this is the chat versus stream, and I'll call this perception. Right? A difference in perception and statistics. Statistics. Okay? Also, I beg your pardon if you already know this, right? And you're already aware of this or whatever. I'm sure people can explain this much more quickly than I can and much more succinctly. But I will do my best to sort of explain it. Look at me. I'm streamer and I have my cool, you know, posture princess chair, right? I sit in it and I play my game at my desk, okay? There's my desk. It's so cool. And also here are my legs. Right? There we go. I've got legs. There, all right. There we go. And I have my little monitor, right? That has my game on it, and I have my my chat, right? Okay? And let's say that's it. Okay? Let's say that's it. And I have my little microphone here or whatever, right? It's attached to my desk. Okay, that's it. Okay. You're managing two things. You're watching chat, and you're watching the game, and you're paying attention to the game. Right? This is what chat sees. Okay? They're not thinking about speed. Oh, sorry. 3. They're also focusing on speaking and being entertaining, right? So they're wiggling and doing activities and doing whatever it is they're doing. That streamer, okay? Chat only sees this. This is all they care about, right? This is all they see. And maybe they have you on in the background, but if they're watching your stream, this is what they see. And they don't really care about this, right? They also don't have to care about talking. They only care about the game and also, you in the corner. That's you, right? They care about watching the screen and listening to the game. So, if your screen has 1, 2, 3 objects on it, okay? And you look at object 1, okay? And a viewer looks at object 2, and a viewer looks at object 3, okay? And each of these has text, A, B, C, right? And you're like moving in a truck or whatever, right? The game has you on rails for whatever reason, just as an example. You might miss 2, or you might miss 3, right? Because the game is zooming by pretty fast. Chat isn't playing the game. All they're doing is watching the screen. So they'll see the screen, and one of them will notice this. One of them will notice this. Right? Chat has more energy to perceive than you do. They are focusing on fewer things. And giving chat, giving my dear fragments the benefit of the doubt, many of these people are quite intelligent, right? They play the game themselves, for example, right? Like you're playing Hades, and some of these people they're very good at the game, right? They know how to play the game. Or they'll be playing backpack battles or League of Legends or whatever, right? And they're like, I know pretty well what's going on, right? They have a lot of information and they have more room to check and see everything because their brain is not occupied with, oh man, I sure hope Timo hasn't placed 17 shrooms here. Should I back for Baron, or should I buy a trinket ward? Should I double check the map? I wonder how my other 4 teammates are doing. Oh man, what's the wave push like, etc, etc, etc. They don't give a shit. They don't care. It doesn't matter to them because they're not playing the game. So they will perceive more than you because in a game like League of Legends, right? They're looking here. You're looking here. They're looking at the minimap, you know, and you're looking at the person who is posturing on you, trying to kill you constantly. You have more pressure, so you will perceive less because pressure psychologically gives you tunnel vision. That's just a fact, right? Is that when you have high adrenaline and you have all the fight and flight reflexes, you get tunnel vision. So that's one. Here's point 2, statistics. There's one of you. There's 100 of chat, or 5 of chat, or 300 of chat. There's more of chat than there is of you, right? As you get more and more CCV. Statistically, it's just simple odds. Eventually, one of these guys will see a play that's better than yours, right? Because you reasoned it out and you spent your brain power and you were like, I can solve this puzzle this way. And of the 50 guys in chat, 2 of them were like, wouldn't it be better to do so-and-so thing, dumbass? Then you go, well, like, yeah, but I mean, I just didn't think of it. Because there's 50 of you who are solving the same puzzle that I'm solving. It's kind of inevitable that a few of you will have different opinions. And never mind, by the way, right? I'll pretend that I'm an average intelligence person, okay? I'll pretend that, even though I'm much smarter than all. I'm just kidding. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. I'll just say, like, let's say I'm an average intelligence person, and I have 100 viewers, right? Standard bell curve says, okay, like, what, 67 people are within 1 standard deviation of me? So let's say about 70% of my chat is about as smart as I am. More or less, okay? So they all get about the same answer that I do. And there's 15 people who have wrong answers, right? And not just like wrong answers, they're just wrong. And they're gonna get me killed and lose the game if I listen to them. And I have to parse that in chat, because remember, I'm watching the chat. I'm also watching the chat and trying to participate with the chat and engage with people. So they say, hey man, you should just do it for science and jump off this cliff, right? It's fine. Blow up your run and spend 20 minutes running it back, because that'll be fun, right? That'll be cool. Or they're trolling. They're trying to get a rise out of you, whatever. Let's just say 15 people out of this 100 are, whether intentional or not, giving you advice that's bad for you. Okay? And 15 of these people, the other 15, saw the line that you didn't see, right? They saw the train of thought, and they came up with something that was better than what you came up with. Does that mean that they're smarter than you every time? No. But just in this case, right? They came up with something. That's good. That's better than your line. Okay? That's normal. That's just normal. That's going to happen. You'll get 15% of your audience is just going to be better than you. Right? Assuming you're average. They're going to be so much better than you that it's evident. And 15% of your chat is going to be so much worse than you that, you know, right? And typically speaking, frankly, the better you are, the worse you are, the more vocal you tend to be. Maybe I can't make that generalization. I probably shouldn't make that a generalization. But here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? I have proposed to you guys a standard bell curve. Okay? Here's a standard bell curve. You're right in the middle, and this is like 67%, right? And then the other, I'll just say it's 70 for the sake of argument, right? This is 70%. Like the other 15 is here, the other 15 is here, okay? For League of Legends streamers, it's less evident because most of the popular ones are top 0.00% somethings. Yeah, I'm about to explain why that's also shit. Here we go. You ready? Okay. Here's the bell curve again. Oh my gosh, terrible bell curve. But actually, this time, you're here. Right? You're like the top 0.1%. Okay? All these people are worse than you. So chat is full of bad ideas. And backseaters who don't know what they're doing. Right? And people who want to see you lose because they think they're better than you. But also, while you're maintaining all this pressure, right? Yes, I'm a top 0.1%er, right? But when I play the game, I will inevitably make mistakes. At high levels of League of Legends, it's really not a question of who's better than who. It's a question of how many mistakes do you make. Right? Well, sorry, that's not true. At a certain point, it stops being about that as well, if I remember listening to some people correctly, but at a certain point, you're kind of like looking to capitalize on mistakes because the mistakes become fewer and fewer and fewer and fewer, right? It's all about balance, right? But you're trying not to make mistakes. There's still 3 guys here, right? Well, okay, let's say there's 1,000 people here, okay? There's one dude right here, okay? You're about to get one guide by this man, okay? Because at any given moment, there's one guy in chat who saw it, who was like, didn't you see Malphite, right? Like, place a ward over bush in the point 3 seconds you were flipping to mid lane, right? And obviously place it there and then walk down to Krugs and he would have his ward back and he would place the next one over the ward. So obviously they had vision in the bush. Like, you realize that sounds insane, right? Like, yes, you could reason that way. Absolutely. There is a way to reason that way, right? You're making conjecture. But there's going to be this one guy. There's one guy in chat, right? Who's like, hey man, I'm right, okay? I think this. And if he actually is right, every single person is now replying to him with Omega lol. Okay? That's what they're doing. They're just writing that because this guy pointed it out. So obviously he's so much better than streamer, and therefore, you know, streamer, you're a dumbass. Because there's one guy in streamer who's better than you. Like one guy in your chat who's smarter than you are. Shrug. You guys can't see me shrug on my shoulders, but shrug, right? This is what perception of statistics is. There's always going to be someone who sees the line you didn't see, right? Someone who anticipates the thing that you didn't anticipate. Someone who guessed correctly, right? You're playing poker. Or, I don't know, what is it people play nowadays? Bazaar, right? Hearthstone. You're playing Hearthstone, right? Doesn't Hearthstone have some auto battler? Hearthstone Legends. Sorry, my throat is drying out. I'm gonna drink some water. So yeah, man, you're playing Auto Battler, Hearthstone Legends, and you have 7 other possible opponents, and you got a few rounds in, and you're like, okay, well, I have a 70% chance of fighting these guys, right? So I'm gonna make a play that makes it so I'm more likely to win that 70% chance. And one guy in chat is like, but what if you hit the 30%? You're gonna lose. And it's like, yeah, but I'm hedging my bets. So you lose. Like you roll the 70-30, you hit the 30%, you get trolled, you die. Right? And that guy's like, told you so. Yeah, you did. Because it's not you playing the game, right? Statistically, there's gonna be some guy. There's always gonna be some guy, right? Which is why people really crack down on things like don't backseat me, right? Or they try to foster a attitude in chat that's like, don't say this nonsense, right? Because either you have people who they're just smarter, right? They're smarter, or they have less pressure because you're tunnel visioned, which is normal, it's natural. Yeah, exactly. It has the same energy. Yeah, absolutely right. You're under pressure, right? So you're not gonna see every single line, and the dude who's like sipping his coffee and eating his 17th Dorito Locos taco, right, is like, hey man, you should have done this. And it's like, yeah, maybe you're right, but like I'm the streamer, right? That's the reality. So mixing perception with statistics, the more viewers you have, the more you're just gonna deal with this, right? And you're either gonna have, like I was saying, people who are noticing these things, right? And they may not be like haters or smarter than you. They're just statistically there's gonna be some guy, right? Or you have antis, right? You have antis. Sloth, like, I know you've seen this too, right? I respectfully, right? I don't want to call anyone out, but I remember you watching a certain game and trying really hard to get around a corridor where you kept getting blown up with some dude and his stupid little gun, right? And you had a limited amount of grenades and weapons. And some guy was like, just do this. Just do this and you'll succeed. If you just like follow my advice, you'll make it. And why are you not playing the game the way that I'm telling you to play the game? What was it? It's the game where you're playing like Artyom. Metro Last Light, right? I guess I'm just gonna name the game, but not to name the viewer, right? But like, you get people like that, and you allow backseating, right? Which is brave, but you get a lot of more viewer interaction that way. I respect it. I do. I honestly respect it a lot. It takes more hardiness than I have, right? But you'll get people like that who are like, dude, why are you so bad at the game? Right? Or you'll get people who are like, yeah, man, like I beat the game on like, you know, like ultra insane, you know, super instinct, like mega death battle level, like difficulty, right? And you're like, hey man, I'm also playing on ultra instinct, super insane, mega death battle level, so like, what are you talking about? Right. There are just people like that. And sometimes you have to shut them down, right? Yeah, sometimes you have to shut them down. And I've seen a streamer I watch with like 2K CCV. Sometimes he has to do this. He has to be like, and this guy also allows backseating, and he has a very cool system, which if I get more people and I allow backseating, this is the exact system I'm gonna use. He has a confidence rating system. I really respect the confidence rating system. Basically what he says is, if you have an idea, right, just say it with a confidence rating. I think you should do this. 6 out of 10, right? Excuse me. Whereas if you say something like, you should do this 10 out of 10, is like, you better be right, right? Because it allows, oh, I gotta do some more water. Oh, man. I like the confidence rating system, but that's also because he has 2K CCV, so, you know, he's gonna do his thing. But it lets people make guesses and participate without being like, I'm right, you're wrong, right? Or just being like one guide. And the confidence rating system is pretty good. But well, every once in a while, you'll have to be like, dude, you gotta like so and so, you gotta chill. You like, let me play the game because this guy is legitimately a 0.1 percenter. Okay, he's like a 0.1 percenter, or he's a 1 percenter. He is better than most people. Former professional poker player, right? Like that. He's good. He's good at what he does. And no, he doesn't get everything perfectly right because he's a human being, right? Like whatever, right? I've watched his chat engage, right? And streamer, honestly, not about him, but just in general, streamer also isn't always right. Right? Some streamers will play up the being wrong on purpose, or they'll like do it for content, or they just are loud and angry and that gets them content. And because acting out and either playing the persona or thinking I can act out to this level, and any more than this level will cause me problems, but up to this level people like want to watch me, right? You get all sorts of types. People who are just blatantly wrong, people who are just, they're doing their thing. So the interaction between streamer and chat is delicate. It's delicate, and it depends on the type of content you're playing, right? This is kind of why, in some regard, if your stream is about more of a cult of personality, right? It's not about being especially smart or like playing the game on the hardest difficulty, but it's about like, yeah, like I'm trying to come up with a name here so I don't like call anyone out. I'm Princess Penelope, right? That's my name. I'm Princess Penelope, and everyone here loves me because I'm funny, and I have a ton of clips about how I'm funny, and I sing really well, and I have a cute model, right? So people are here for me. And even if I screw up a game, they'll still be here for me, right? Because they are not expecting me to be a 1 percenter, right? That's the other thing about being a 1 percenter, about being like really good at a game, is people kind of want to see you fail, or they will act up more if you fail. And your viewership depends on being good, right? As opposed to cult of personality. It's kind of why, and I don't know if you guys are aware of the pirate software drama that happened some time ago. I will briefly talk about it because I have an opinion. I probably shouldn't, honestly, because I probably get called out for this at some point and it'll blow up in my face. But I will very briefly discuss what I think went sideways, okay? What I think went sideways is that people really saw pirate software as a smart guy. That was his personality, is that he's very smart, okay? Very knowledgeable, very smart, very intelligent guy with a lot of great advice to give. And whether or not it's true, when people felt like, oh, actually this guy is not as smart as he claims, right? His whole thing about being smart is he's not that smart, and he's not that nice either. Again, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that this is how people were acting, right? Well, people are going to feel like they're going to feel betrayed, right? They're going to feel like, oh, this streamer is not what he said he was. And then the personality cult kind of falls apart, right? Because they're here based on him being smart, based on him being nice, based on him supporting XYZ thing, right? Well, you're doing what he's famous for right now on stream, what, explaining things? God, I hope not. I'm gonna make a claim here. Hear me out right now. Hear me out right now. I'm not that smart. Okay? I'm not that smart. I'm just some dude. Okay, I have some opinions. I'm literally just some guy. Question mark, put a question mark on that gender label, but I'm just some guy. Okay? I'm not super smart. I'm just some guy who does computer science as a day job. Okay, that's it. That's all. That's it. If anything, I look more towards Mako, Miss Mako, for like this kind of thing. Oh, drawing what you're talking about, like a presentation. I love it. But yeah, Mako does this too. Mako Fukusame, former teacher, I think. Former teacher, right? She's cool. I've watched her streams a few times. She explains things very well. She's really, really good at explaining things. I wish I was as good at explaining things as she is. She's incredible. Explains things really, really, really well. But when you have a cult of personality, that personality like is sort of washed away, right? Or people watch you for XYZ reason, and she kills it with so many things she does. I don't get a chance to watch her that much because of course she's Aussie time, right? So by the time she starts streaming like 11 p.m. my time and stops at like 5 a.m. my time. But Mako's like really, really cool. Mako's super, super cool. Actually, if you guys don't know Mako, I'm just gonna shout out. I hope this is how we spell it. let me just double check. Twitch.tv Mako. Yeah, that's it. Here. Yeah, if you guys if you guys like office lady sharks, right? That talk about life and discuss things and play Factorio and Indiana Jones and Misai and a whole bunch of other things, right? In Aussie time, okay? Mako is pretty good. Mako's pretty good. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. I don't want to say that streaming is like super precarious, right? But you have something that sets you apart from others, right? So there's some reason that people watch you. Okay, and some of it may be luck, but as they say, you have to be ready to seize the opportunities when they come. Basically. So if you betray those expectations, right, it would not be surprising if people felt aggrieved because they follow you for your personality, right? Or, oh, you are a top tier gamer and you're not playing well, right? Or not even not playing well, like it's day 4 of game release and you haven't beaten the hardest level. You haven't reached like difficulty 12 yet. And therefore, like, why would I watch you playing on difficulty 9 when I could watch other streamer, right, who's playing on difficulty 12, who's, you know, just as good as you are or whatever, right? These are like the concerns that people have. These are concerns that I've heard larger streamers specifically say. So I'm not pulling this one out of my butt here. I have directly heard people say things like this about like things they worried about streaming. So it really depends on what you're doing, right? And to that extent, people who are able to manage the expectations of their viewers well, I think really thrive, right? Because if you are genuine enough that you're not really putting on so much a personality that if you slip up, right, like people are like, oh, okay, it's like it's MBD, right? This is just more of the same. No one's gonna freak out. No one's gonna super freak out, right? I imagine at some point people will go, damn, Glitch, you sure have a lot of clips of you talking shit about other people, and it's gonna be like, yeah, well, sorry, you know, I'm a bitter old hag. So I don't really know what to say besides that. Is I try to be nice. I do try to be nice, but I'm not the nicest person, and I'm not gonna claim to be the nicest person. But I will try to be a decent human being. That's what I try to do. And sometimes I go overboard and I yap too much and I talk beyond what I should talk about, and I'll get better at that. I will. But that's the vibe. That's the vibe. That's the vibe. No ad breaks. Stop that. We don't need an ad break. And we don't need an ad break because it's 1 in the morning. I like to be nice to people. The VTuber concept. Okay, so I guess before we wrap up, let me say one final thing. Okay. And let me close this. Okay. The concept for this character has been around for a long, long, long time. A long, 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 long time. And while the catchphrase is the timelines may remember you, the timelines will remember you, my motto is this: kindness is my moral imperative. Okay? It's my job to be nice. It's my job to be nice. Because the point of this character is everyone deserves a happy ending. And so I will be as nice as I can be to make that happen. I don't always succeed. I don't always succeed in that, right? But I try to be nice. I try to lift people up. I try to talk about things as they are because I think that one of the things that really gets people, one of the things that really gets people sometimes, right? As they talk about life and they think about life and they see the way that people act is, I think a lot of anger comes from what I will consider to be betrayed expectations, right? I wanted to win this lottery and I didn't, right? Or I thought this person would like me and they didn't. Your feelings and your expectations get betrayed. Hey man, like we were playing so-and-so game together, right? And I thought you'd have my back. And why didn't you, right? Or is it just you're just here for the clout? And like sometimes the answer is yes. Like sometimes the answer is yeah. I'm only like I only talk to you because of the clout, right? Like we're not really friends. We're business associates because we're all trying to do so and so thing. That's okay, right? But some of these people will they see people making decisions as that don't match up with their expectations as a personal betrayal. You left me to die in so and so like Final Fantasy raid, you know? You guys just dish me. Like, why do you not care, right? And it's like it's not that they don't care; it's that they were prioritizing themselves, right? For whatever reason, right? They probably do care. Maybe they do care, right? There's a lot of ways I think that the idea of essentially betrayed expectations, you want something to be a certain way and reality doesn't match up. I think that's what causes a lot of this feeling of betrayal, and the feeling of betrayal can cause a lot of like the personal grief and anguish, right? And I think that sucks. So I think that's where a lot of that comes from. I wouldn't say like lower your expectations, have no feelings, have no expectations, right? But temper them a little bit. Be aware that like at a certain point you gotta not take it super personally. It's fine to want, it's fine to wish, right? But it isn't a betrayal. Kind of, right? That's kind of where I'm at. Like there is a maturity to being able to see that and understand that and recognize the things that are your situation are not your situation. I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah. I like talking. I like helping people. I like explaining things. I like sharing knowledge. I like doing all these things. I wish I could do them a little better, right? But I'm kind of a wishy-washy, funny little guy that way. So I think here's what we're gonna do. It is late. It is very late. Let's find someone to raid. So I'm gonna snooze the ads one more time while we find someone to raid. I know the 3-minute ads were fine, right? I mean, not they were in existence. They are a thing that exists. So hopefully you guys managed out all right. I think we did pretty okay. Let's send you to someone. Hey, didn't Barrel recently make partner? Isn't that right? Didn't they make partner like last week? I would. I'm thinking I send you guys to Barrel. It's either. Meika is also. Meika is cool because she's always learning. They're always learning to like do more, right? So if you want someone who really strives to like learn and improve and okay, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna send you guys to Barrel because I think Barrel got partner very recently. But first, I'm gonna tell you guys if you haven't followed Meika, like Meika is currently doing some good stuff right now. Like literally right now, she's learning Unity, right? They're learning Unity. Sorry. And so that's someone who has a lot of fun learning stuff and improving and getting better, and that's good. It's good. It really is good, right? I have a lot of respect for that. I'm gonna send you guys to Barrel because Barrel got partner, and I wanna celebrate that. So we're gonna raid Barrel Beru. Is that right? Yeah, that's it. And we're gonna do the raid message is congratulations on partner raid, and we'll do the heart. Okay, like this. Yeah. So, be nice to Barrel, say hello, you know, do all that good stuff. Be cool, be nice, and I will see you guys honestly maybe tomorrow morning. I have a long weekend. So, like maybe Sunday too. We'll see. We'll find out. I'll think more about this like shared chat thing and other stuff. I don't know where we're going with this, but we'll keep trying because that's where we're at. We keep trying. That's what we do. We try. Okay, we're gonna send you guys off to Barrel. Be nice. I'll do my outro now. Alrighty, that'll be it for me tonight. I hope you guys have a good rest of your morning, day, evening, night, whatever you're up to, whatever you're doing. I hope you have a good one, and I will see you next time. Thanks for all your warm comments, your support, and your kindness. I really do appreciate it. I appreciate being able to talk about these things and have people engaged and discuss and not be like, oh my god, you're such a jerk. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, get plenty of water, get plenty of rest, be nice, be good, be kind to yourself, be kind to others, and I will see you next time. All right. Bye-bye, everyone.